Vaishnava Seva Shariya Vaishnava Seva Namasheshtam Manamati Shakti Putrana Prasya Rupam Shirupam Tasya Rajamuru Parimatharim Goshavatim Radha Kundam Girivaramoho Radhika Madhavasham Rapto Yasya Pratita Kripaya Shri Gurum Tam Natosmi He Guru Gyanadadina Bandho Swananda Data Koranayka Sindho Vrindavana Sinahitavata Prasida Radha Pranaya Prachara He Dina Bandho Koranayka Sindho Kuru Prasada Maimanda Budhe Lakshab De Bahupapagade Tatpada Padme Stumatishya Krishne Naivo Payantya Pachitim Kavayastevesha Rama Yushapi Kridam Ridamudasmaranta Yontar Bahisthanubratam Ashubham Vadunvan Acharya Chaitya Vapusha Swagatim Vinakti. Without serving the representative of Krishna, nobody can approach Krishna. I bow down to the beautiful lotus feet of my spiritual master, by whose causeless mercy I have obtained the supreme holy name, the divine mantra, the service of son of Shachi Mata, the association of Srila Swarup Damodar, Rupa Goswami and his older brother Sanatana Goswami, the supreme abode of Mathura, the blissful abode of Vrindavan, the divine Radhakund and Govardhan Hill, and the desire within my heart for the loving service of Shri Radhika and Madhava in Vrindavan. O spiritual master, O giver of divine wisdom, O friend of the fallen, you are the giver of your own bliss, and you are the only ocean of mercy. Although dwelling in Vrindavan, you have descended for the welfare of fallen souls like myself, and you are preaching the divine love of Radha for Krishna. Please be kind upon me. O friend of the lowly, O Gurudev, you are the only ocean of mercy. I am a dull fool and have committed hundreds of thousands of offenses. I have fallen into a dense myriad of sins. Therefore, grace me with your mercy, so that my mind may be fixed on your lotus feet and on Sri Krishna. O my Lord, transcendental poets and experts in spiritual science could not fully express their indebtedness to you, even if they were endowed with the prolonged lifetime of Brahma. For you appear in two features, externally as the Acharya and internally as the Supersoul, to deliver the embodied living being by directing him how to come to you. The lotus feet of our spiritual master are the only way by which we can attain pure devotional service. I bow to his lotus feet with great awe and reverence. By his grace, one can cross the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. Our only wish is to have our consciousness purified by the words emanating from his lotus mouth. Attachment to his lotus feet is the perfection that fulfills all desires. He opens our darkened eyes and fills our hearts with transcendental knowledge. He is our Lord, birth after birth. From him ecstatic prema emanates. By him ignorance is destroyed. The Vedic scriptures sing of his character. Our spiritual master is the ocean of mercy, the friend of the poor and the Lord and master of the devotees. O Master, be merciful unto us. Give us the shade of your lotus feet. Your fame is spread all over the three worlds. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevalabha Gati Sadma. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Bando Mui Savadana Mate Bando Mui Savadana Mate Jahara Prasade Bhai Bhavato Riyajai Krishna Prapti Hoy Jahoy Te Krishna Prapti Hoy Jahoy Te Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Ko Riya Aikya Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Kuriya Aikya Anakori Homane Asha Anakori Homane Asha Shri Guru Charane Rati Eshayu Tamagati Shri Guru Charane Rati Eshayutama Gati Jai Prasade Pure Sarva Asha Jai Prasade Pure Sarva Asha Chakudan Dilo Jai Janme Janme Prabhu She Chakudan Dilo Jai Janme Janme Prabhu She Divya Gyan Hriday Prokashito Divya Gyan Hriday Prakashito Prema Bhakti Jaha Hoite Abhidya Vinasa Jate Prema Bhakti Jaha Hoite Abhidya Vinasa Jate Vedigai Jahara Charito Vedigai Jahara Charito Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu Lokanath Lokera Jivana Lokanath Lokera Jivana Ha ha Prabhu Kora Doya Deha More Pada Chaya Ha Prabhu Kora Doya Deha More Pada Chaya Ebijash Dushiti Bhuvana Ebijash Dushiti Bhuvana Ha ha Prabhu Kora Doya Deha More Pada Chaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Namah Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Om Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatyarisha Tarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Yadvaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Govinda. Gadadhar. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. God Premanande Haribo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Go Premanande. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Go Premanande, Hari Hari Bo. Jai Vishnupad Paramahamsa, Riraj Gajaja Shothara Shiman. So let's Gopal Krishna Maharaj. Paramahamsa ki jai. Jai Vishnupad Paramahamsa Prevraj Gajaja Stotra Shishiman. Shilesi Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Jai Vishnupad Paramahamsa Prevraj Gajaja Stotra Shishiman. Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj ki jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnavini ki jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki jai. Prem Zagaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gokopinath Shamakunda Radhakunda Giri Govardhan ki jai. Sri Vrindavan Dham ki jai. Sri Mayapur Nam Deep Dham ki jai. Shri Jagannath Puri Dham ki jai. Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi ki jai, Jamuna Devi Ganga Devi ki jai, Sambeta Bhakti Vrinda ki jai. All glories to some of the devotees. All glories to some of the devotees. All glories to some of the devotees. Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bo. Srimad Bhagavatam class. Shto Shrittanam Ekagra, Manasasu Samahita. Prema Gadgaraya Vacha Tanyastarayekshana Shri Paradu Vacha Brahmadayo Suragunamunayo Tasidha Sadvaikatana Katayo Vacha Sambravahe Naraditum Burugunarana Pipipru Kim Toshnamar Hati Same Harir Ugrajate Manye Dana Bijana Rupa Tapashutaujas Teja Prabhava Palapaurisha Bhudi Yoga Naradanai Bhavanti Parasya Pungso Bhaktya Tutosha Bhagavanga Jayutapaya Viprad Vishad Gunayatara Davindanabha Padara Vindabimukashva Pashambarishtam Manye Tararpichamano Vachinaiti Harta Pranam Punati Sakulam Natabuni Mana Naivatmana Prabhurayam Nijalabha Puno Manam Janada Vishut No Vranite Yad Yashano Bhagavate Vididhita Manam Tachchatmane Pratimukasya Yatamukashri Tasmadaham Vigata Viklaka Ishwarasya Sarvatmana Mahigranami Manisham Nicho Jaya Gunavisarga Anu Pravishta Puyeta Yeni Hipuvan Anuvarnitena Sarve Hyami Vidikadastava Satvadamno Ramada Yo Vayamaveshana Chod Vidanta Shemaya Bhutaya Utatma Sukhaya Chasya Vikriditam Bhagavato Ruchiravatare Tasma Tadyashamanyamasadashtahataswadhyadya Modeta sadhurapi vrishchika sarpahatya Lokascha nivritamita pratiyanti sarve Rupam nashinga vivayaya janasmaranti Aham bhimajita te tabayana kasya Jivarka netra brukuti rabakoshoga damstrad Antrashrajashratajakeshara shankukarnam Nirada bhita digibadari pinnakagrad Thrastosmaham kripanavatsaladushahogra Samsara chakra kadanadgrasatam pranita Badhasa karma bidushatam atengri mulam Prito pavarga sharanam Vaisesika danu Yasya priyafyoga samyoga janma Shokagnina sakalayo nishudhahyamana Dukhausharam tadapi dukhamatadiyaham Bhuman brahmami varame tavadasya yogam Soham priyasya surida paradevataya Lila katastava nararshinga varinsha gita Anjastyutam anugrinam gunamur prabhukto Durgani te pada yugalaya hamsa sangha Tahakyasya neha sharanam hamsinga Nartasya chaganamudanbati majato no Taptasya tat pratividir yarihanja sheshtas Tavad vibo tanubritam sadushekshitanam Yes yandato yarhicha yena yes yasmad yata yadutaras twapara parova Bhakti chindyoti taproti karot sabhava Sanchodi tastarakilam bhavataksvarupam Maya manasrijati karma mayam baliya Kalena chodita gunanunaptena pumsa Chando mayam yadajaye Sudashare Sanchakara chakra majatet twadanya Sitya vidatma gunastradamna Loba shivrikita sikshvisarga shakti Strain vishishta majayeshvara shodashare Nishpidyamanam ubhakarsha vibho prapanam Srishta bhai Vishnapanam Ayushriyam vibhavam Chitayan janoyam Ye smat pitu kupita hamsa vrichimbrita bru Nispurjitena lulita satutena rasta Tasmada mushtanubritam ashishogya Ayamkshayo babam avarinshad Nechamite ute karmena kamal manab Nidabritya parshvam Kutrashisha srutikam rigatrishni rup Kvedam kale varamashesha rujam viroha Nirvidyate natutamon tividvan Kamana lai madulavaikam durapai Kwaham raja prabhava isha tamodi kesmin Yata sure tarakule tanuvanu kampa Na brahmano natuva vasya navaira maira Yan mirpita shirasi padma kara prasada Naisha paravaratir to nanusyaj Jantor yatatma tuido bhaktam tatapi Samsevaya Masada Sevanurupa udayo naparavaratvam Evam janam napatitam prabhavahi kupe Kama bikama manuya prapatam prasangat Kritvatmasat shurarshina bhagavan grihito Soham shite tava britya sevam Mat prana rakshana mananta paturvadascha Manye sapriti kimatatmatatum Kadgam pragriya yada vochada sadviditsus Tvam ishvaro madaparo vatukam harami Ekastvam eva jagadetamay shayatvam Adyantayo pritagavasyasi madhyatascha Shrishva guna vyatikaram nijamaya yedam Naneva tera vasitastadanu pravishtaha Tvam va idam sarasat isha babamstatonyo Maya yadatma parabudhiryam yaparata Yad yasya janma nidhanam stitir ikshanam cha Tadvaita deva vasukala vadashti tarvo Nyasyedam atmani jagad vilayambu madhye Sheshetmana nijasukanubhavo nariha Yogena milita dragatmani pitta nidras Turyestito natuktamo nagunamscha yungshye Tasyaiva teva puridam nijakala shaktya Sanchoditas prakatik tarmana atmagudham Ambastyananta shayanad viramat samadher Nabet abhut swakanika vatavan mahabjam Tatsambhavaka viratonyada pasyamanas Tam bijamatmini tatam sabahirvachintya Naivam dadabda shatam apsunimajamano Daten kurekatamaho palabheta bijam Satvatma yonar ativismita abshritobjam Kalena tivra tapasa parishudha bhava Tvamatmani shabhuvi gandhami bhati sukshmam Bhutendriyasha yamaye vitatam dadarsha Evam sahasravadanang grishira karoru Nasadya karna nayanam bharuna yudhayam Maya mayam sadupalakshita shannivesham Drishra mahaparushamapamudam varinsha Tasmai bhavan harishirastanuvam hibibrad Veda druhavati balau madhukaita bhakyau Hadvana yashutiganam scharajastamascha Satvam tava priyatamam tanumamananti Itam ritirya grishijeva jashavatarar Lokam vibhavayasi hamsi jagat pratipam Dharmam mahapurusha pasiyugana vrittam Chanakalo Sajigota satvam Aitan manastabakatas vikuntanata Sampriyate dritatushtam sadhutivyam Kamaturam harsha shoka vaishanartam Tasmin gatam tavagatim vimishami dina Jivaikato chutavikarshati mavratripta Shishnonyatastvaduraram shravanam kataschit Granonyataschapaladrikvacha karma shaktir Bhavyasapatna iha gehapatim lunanti Evam sakarma patitam bhavavaitaranyam Anyon majanmanila sharanipita bhitam Pashyanti Jnarapaigrahavaira maitram Hanteti para chara piprihimudya madhya Konyatra te kilagoro bhagavam prayasa Uttarane sabhava sambhava lopaheto Udeshu mai maharanugraha artha bandho Kim tena te priyajanana sevatamna Naivod vijay paradaratya vaitaranyas Twadvirya gayana mahamritat magda chitta Shochetato vimukha chetasa indriyartha Maya sukaya bharamudvahato vimudhan Prayena deva muneyaksva vimukti kama Maunam charanti vijanena parartha nishta Naitan Vikhaya Kripanan Vimamuksha Eko Nanyam Twadasya Sharanam Brahmato Nupashye Yan Maitunadi Griyamedi Sukham Hitucham Kandu Yanena Karayori Vatuka Dukam Tripyantine Harkripana Bahutuka Bhaja Kandutivan Manasijam Vishaheta Dhira Maunavrata Shutapahodyayanasa Dharma Vakyarahoja Pasmadaya Apavargya Praya Param Purushate Twajitendriyanam Varta Bhavantyutana Vatra Tudambikanam Rupe ime sadasati tava veda shrishte Bijankura vihana chanyada rupa kasya Yukta samaksham upayatra vichanshante tvam Yogena vanimiva darshunaanyatasyad Tvam vayuragniravanirviyarambu Pranendriyani hridayam chidanugrahascha Sarvam tameva saguna vigunascha bhuman Nanyat twadasya pimano vachasa niruktam Naite gunana gunino maharadayo ye Sarve mana prabhritaya sahadeva martya Adyantavanta urugaya vadantihi tvam Evam bimrishya sudayo viramanti shabdad Satyer hatama namastuti karma puja Karma smriti sharanayo shravanam katayam Samsevaya tvaivineti shadangaya kim Bhaktim jana paramahamsa katola bheta Shri Narada uvacha Etavadvanita guno Bhaktya bhaktena nirguna Paradam pranatam prito Yata manyur abhashata Shri Bhagavan uvacha. What happened? Prarada Badra Badram Te. Missing one verse. Oh. Okay. Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Ballabha Girivaradari Gopi Jana Ballabha Girivaradari Yashodanandana Vrajajanaranjana Yashodanandana Vrajajanaranjana Yashodanandana Vrajajanaranjana Yashodanandana Vrajajanaranjana Tira Banachari Jamuna Tira Banachari Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Giridharadhari Gopi Jana Vallabha Giridharadhari Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana 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 Yamuna Tira Banachari Yamuna Tira Banachari Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Narayanam Namaskritya Naram Chaiva Narottamam Devim Sarasatim Vyasam Tato Jayam Udiraye Nashtapraishu Bhadreshu Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya Bhagavat Yuttama Shloke Bhaktir Bhavati Naishtiki Tadarajastamo Bhava Kamaloba Dayashaye Chaiterter Anavidham Stitam Satve Prasidati Evam Prasanna Manaso Bhagavad Bhakti Yogataha We're going to read from the Srimad Bhagavatam 7th canto, 9th chapter. And Evam Janan Nipatitam Brahavahi Kupe. Who knows from the top of their head what verse number that is? What? Okay, some say 28, some say 30. It's nice to have a spatial understanding. Corvid. That's why we put you in the front row. Okay, text number 28. Evam janam nipatitam bravabahi kupe. Kama bikam anuya prapatang prasanga. Kritvatmasat Suroshina Bhagavan Grihita. Soham Katam Nu Visrijeta Vabritya Sevam. One and one. Or one and one. Just jump, go.
Evam janam nipatitam prabhavahi kupe.
Evam janam nipatitam prabhavahi kupe. Kama vikama manuya prapatan prasanga.
Kritvatmasat surrisina bhagavan grihitaha.
Kritvatmasat surashina bhagavan grihita.
Soham katham nu visrije tava bhritya sevam.
Soham katham nu vishrije tava bhritya sevam.
Evam janam nipatitam pravavahi kupe.
Evam janam nipatitam prabhavahi kupe.
Kama bhikama manuyah prapatan prasangat.
Kama bhikama manuya prapatan prasangat.
Kritvatmasat surashina bhagavan grihitaha. Soham katham nu vrishije tava bhritya sevam.
Evam, thus, janam, people in general, nipatitam, fallen, prabhava, of material existence, ahikupe, in a blind well full of snakes, kama abhikamam, desiring the sense objects, anu, following, ya, the person who, prapatam, falling down in this condition, prasangat, because of bad association or increased association with material desires. Krita atmasat, causing me to acquire spiritual qualities like himself, Sri Narada. Sura Rashana, by the great saintly person Narada. Bhagavan, O my Lord. Grihita, accepted. Sa, that person. Aham, I. Katam, how. Nu, indeed. Vistrije, can give up. Tava, your. Britya Sevam, the service of your pure devotee. Translation, my dear Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, because of my association with material desires, one after another, I was gradually falling into a blind well full of snakes, following the general populace. But your servant Narada Muni kindly accepted me as his disciple and instructed me how to achieve this transcendental position. Therefore, my first duty is to serve him. How could I leave his service? Srila Prabhupada. As will be seen in later verses, even though Prahlad Maharaj was directly offered all the benedictions he might have desired, he refused to accept such offerings from the Supreme Personality of Godhead. On the contrary, he asked the Lord to engage him in the service of his servant, Narada Muni. This is the symptom of a pure devotee. One should serve the spiritual master first. It is not that one should bypass the spiritual master and desire to serve the Supreme Lord. This is not the principle for a Vaishnav. Narottam Das Thakur says, Tandera charana sebi bhakta sanivas janame hoy e abhilash. One should not be anxious to offer direct service to the Lord. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu advised that one become a servant of the servant of the servant of the Lord. Gopi Bharatu Padakamalayur dasanudasaha. This is the process for approaching the Supreme Lord. The first service should be rendered to the spiritual master so that by his mercy one can approach the Supreme Personality of Godhead to render service. While teaching Rupa Goswami, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Guru Krishna Prasade Bhai Bhakti Lata Bij. One can achieve the seed of devotional service by the mercy of the Guru, the spiritual master, and then by the mercy of Krishna. This is the secret of success. First, one should try to please the spiritual master, and then one should attempt to please the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur also says, Yasya prasadad bhagava prasado. One should not attempt to please the Supreme Personality of Godhead by concoction. One must first be prepared to serve the spiritual master, and when one is qualified, he is automatically offered the platform of direct service to the Lord. Therefore, Prahlad Maharaj proposed that he engage in the service of Narada Muni. He never proposed that he engage directly in the service of the Lord. This is the right conclusion. Therefore, he said, Soham katam nuvisruje tava britya sevam. How can I give up the service of my spiritual master, who has favored me in such a way that I am now able to see you face to face? Prahlad Maharaj prayed to the Lord that he might continue to engage in the service of his spiritual master, Narada Muni. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Nena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Katha Mayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahaganar Ratam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Sadvajutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shivishakhanvitam Sha. He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Rishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Ancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitana Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Nitai Namineche Namirhate Sharamulyenam Tite Chere. Nitai Namineche Namirhate Sharamulyenam Tite Chere. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Evam means thus. And in the previous verse, Prahlad Maharaj is praying to Lord Nrsingadev, saying that Sevanu Rupam Udayona Paravaratvam, that the Lord doesn't distinguish between para avara, the higher or the lower. He looks at Sevanu Rupam, he looks at the service of the person, what's the form of that person's service. And some sevaya surataror revate prasad, he gives this analogy that Krishna is like some sevaya surataror. Taror means a tree. Surataror means a tree for the suras, or surataror means for the heavenly planets, or in Vaikuntha there's desire trees. They fulfill all of one's desires, whatever they may be. Eva te prasada. Eva means like, so the Lord is just like one of those trees that you can go to, and if you ask anything, then the tree will fulfill your desire in a similar way. The Lord is distributing His prasad, His mercy, according to the desire of the person who approaches. And therefore, the difficulty that one may be in the material world is to have a lesser goal. If you have a crummy goal, a lousy goal, then you sit under a desire tree and ask for a sandwich when you could ask for divine service, which is the kind of desire that means one's liberated. When we come to purification, we can identify within ourselves, we know for certain within ourselves that we don't want anything else except for service to Krishna. This is the beginning of liberation, because as Prahlad's saying, evam janam nipatitam prabhabahi kupe kamabi kamam. My problem is kamabi kamam. I'm following one desire after another. That is that one desire comes and then another one comes. It creates more desire. As I try to fulfill one desire, then I have more desires. Kama bikama anuyam. One after another they're following. And so I've been chasing that. And it's very difficult to come out of that situation. I'm habituated. One may even know that one may come to the point of conscious incompetence and know that I'm doing the wrong thing, but then I still won't be able to free myself from that cycle. So, evam janam nipatitam brabhabahi kupe, say, Prahlad Maharaj is saying, I was in that situation. I've fallen into, and he gives the analogy of a pit full of snakes, as if you could think of something worse, right? You're walking along and falling into a pit full of snakes. Can you think of anything worse? I mean, you could try, but that's pretty bad. And then he says, kama bikama anuyam prapatam prasangat. And I was following one desire after another, and also I was engaged in bad association. That's how I was in that position. I actually adhered to those who had such a desire. In fact, our acharyas say that having one's own desire is bad enough, but what's worse is having association of people who have worldly desires. Somehow it gets amplified through our association with people who are after the material desires, and they want one after another. They want to try to fulfill kama, which is a contradiction in terms, because kama means a desire that can't be fulfilled. And this is something that Prahlad has already talked about, I think. Kutrashrisha shuti sukham mrigatrishni rupa kvedam kalevana masheshurujam viroha nirvidyate natu tamon apiti vidman kamanalam madhulavai shamayan durapai. There's a way in which he says that people even know that they're not getting fulfilled, but kamanalam marulavai. They're being burned by this fire of desires. One after another, they're being burned by it. And they're searching marulavai. They want to get at least one. Can I get just at least one drop of happiness in the material world? And they keep chasing after it. Maybe I'll get it. So how does one come out of that situation? He says in the prayer I just quoted, Kutrashi shashuti sukham mrigatrishni rupa kvedam kalevaram ashesha rujam viroha nirvidyate natu tamo nagunamshtu yunkshe. There's a way that even very intelligent, highly learned people, you see the so-called smartest people in the world win a Nobel Peace Prize, but then their ultimate goal of life, thank you, is to do the same thing everyone else is doing ultimately. A very limited sphere of activity, which is to try to get one material desire after another. So everybody's in that situation. So in this verse, evam means thus. Because everyone's in this situation, evam janam nipatitam bravabahi kupe kama bikam anuyam prapatam prasangat kritvat masat. So then he says, my spiritual master, Narada, he went out of his way. He had intervened in a very dangerous situation where the Devas, they were set on killing the child that came out of the wife of Hiranyakashipu because they thought, enough's enough. We got to find some way to stop this madness. Hiranyakashipu had literally turned the universe on its head due to his tapasya. And so they were trying piecemeal to stop him from his nefarious activities. And then when they realized that Hiranyakashipu's wife was pregnant again, they said, we'll kidnap her, and which they did while Hiranyakashipu was doing more austerities. And then they were, after abducting her, they were taking her away to wait for the child so that little baby demon came out. They'd stop him in the beginning. That's all I'm going to say. Infanticide. So the demigods intervened, Narada intervened rather, and he told the demigods that I know who's in that womb. It's a pure devotee. And they accepted. Prabhupada said, this is disciplic succession. That because Narada told them there's a pure devotee in the womb, they're thinking, what do I know? Narada knows everyone's heart. So they handed over Hiranyakashipu's wife, and Narada, out of his compassion, he instructed her, but actually he was speaking to the child within the womb, who assimilated everything. This is his feeling, even as he comes out as a 5-year-old child, even as a younger than that, he already knew the science of Krishna consciousness and was influenced by Narada Muni's intention to save him from this repeated engagement in material desires one lifetime after another. So, evam janam nipatitam bravabahi kupe kama bikam anuyam prapatam prasangat kritvatmasat surarshina bhagavan grihito. By the intervention of Narada, he's saying that I was saved from all this. Kritvatmasat surarshina bhagavan grihito. Soham katam nuvisrujet britya seva. Britya seva means to serve the servant of the Lord. And especially he's talking about Narada Muni here. He said, so then, what person who's civilized, who's intelligent, who's decent, well, I should have started with a hierarchy at the bottom and ended it with intelligence, so I'll do a do-over. Ending with if someone's spiritually intelligent, they figure out, let me understand that I'm a mercy case and that I've been saved by a servant of the servant of the servant, and let me then repose my service there. And Prabhupada points out that even though Nrsingadev is directly in front of him. And oftentimes, when people are given a spiritual opportunity, they may become proud of that. Many devotees, disciples of Prabhupada, in fact, I know that Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj talks out of his humility. He was a great devotee. And he had met Prabhupada one day, and Prabhupada had come around his desk and embraced him because that is Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, was doing so much preaching. And Prabhupada was so pleased with him. He encouraged him and glorified him and then embraced him. And then the next day, Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj describes, again in his humility, he was saying, then I thought, I must be special. And when he went back to see Prabhupada again, Prabhupada was very stern with him. And he could understand within himself, Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, that he had become proud of his connection, that, I have a close connection here. And Prahlad could have thought that Nrsingadev had been propitiated by all the demigods. They offered excellent prayers. Ramadayo Suragana Munayota. See, I'm trying to use all the verses. Ramadayo Suragana Munayota Siddha Satvaikatana Gatayo Vachasambhravahe. They're perfectly capable in the mode of goodness. They do all the Sanskrit poetical embellishments, and they tried. And there are pages and pages you'll read before Prahlad comes to his heartfelt prayers, where they offered amazing prayers. But then they weren't. Lord Nrsingadev wasn't satisfied. Prahlad could have thought that, but here I am. They pushed me forward, so I must be special. But he doesn't do that. It's one of the qualities of Prahlad Maharaj, that he then says, no, I'm just a mercy case. Try saying that. I'm just a mercy case. Yeah, if anybody glorifies you, you could always use this line. I got it from Giriraj Maharaj, because he said, one of his godbrothers he heard say, I'm just a mercy case. Try it again. So someone says, Mukaravinda, you're very smart. You remember that verse. You say? I'm just a mercy. Anybody says some glorification? I'm just a mercy case. And I was in the room in San Francisco when a devotee glorified Prabhupada during a darshan and said, Prabhupada is all your mercy. And Prabhupada slapped the table and startled us all, especially the person who said that. Actually, he slammed his hand on the table, and I'm afraid to do it because there's a cup of water here. But I'm going to do it anyway. He said, it is not, and everyone was stunned, and then he said, it is the mercy of my Guru Maharaj. And this is the mood of Prahlad. And today, we come here it's a heartfelt day to remember His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj. When I heard his last will and testament being read by the devotees, such a poignant scene with the devotees coming to see his physical body for the last time, and then one of Gopal Krishna Maharaj's servants reading out his last will and testament. And every part of it resonated with my ears. And I aspired to follow that mood. And it reminded me of this verse. Because the success that Prabhupada had, he always attributed that I just followed to the best of my ability what my Guru Maharaj asked me to do. He didn't claim any qualification other than that. And he said all success came from that. And he stayed in that mood. All we can do is use our intelligence to, as I said this morning, discern a perfect authority. Perfect doesn't mean, as Prabhupada said in a morning walk, that the person who's representing the Guru Parampara doesn't wear glasses. And he also confirmed that it also doesn't mean that that person may forget a verse. And those Prabhupada said, the person's not Krishna. But the person who has a resonance in his or her heart that I will follow the mood and method of my Guru Maharaj. Yasya prasada bhagavat prasado, yasya prasada nagati kutopi. That such a person then becomes empowered by Krishna, and someone may be surprised and say, that guy? He's not a such and such, fill in the blank. He doesn't know this, and he doesn't know that, and he wears his dhoti weird. Whatever it may be. But the potency comes through a very sincere and heartfelt, if there's a difference between those two, adherence to the mood and mission of one's spiritual master. The mind is so inclined to concoct something to show that one's different. This is the definition of a muni. A muni means you have to agitate your mind to figure out, to say something different, a little different, to show that you're a little smarter than everybody else. And in the Gita, Krishna talks about the Stitidir Muni. And he says that the Stitidir Muni is beyond that and simply adheres to the order of the spiritual master and of Krishna. And someone may think, oh, that's really boring. Let me do my own thing. I'll go here, there, and everywhere. I'll listen to this person, listen to that person, and innovate. And I'll find something a little better than what Prabhupada said or what my Guru Maharaj said. And therefore I'll be distinguished by my prowess in this, that, or the other thing. But that's not where any satisfaction comes from, nor does one come to perfection in spiritual life. I find in His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj this quality that he didn't embellish. He wouldn't try to, for the sake of being special in some way, doing something new. He would coordinate all his thoughts, all his actions with the ways in which Prabhupada said to do it. And in his last will and testament, he said, do it like that. So that's the secret of spiritual life as revealed by Prahlad Maharaj. He revealed it in many, many ways throughout these prayers, of the secret of what real spiritual life is. And even some person might say, Prahlad Maharaj prayers, let's move on from that. Let's go to rasa dance or something else higher. But we can't move an inch without coming to this prayer. Yes, Yasya Devi Parabhaktir Yasya Devi Tataguru Tasyaite Katita Yarta Prakashanti Mahatmana. To one who has implicit faith in Krishna and the spiritual master, then all the imports of the Shastra are revealed naturally and remarkably. And again, when Prabhupada became empowered, self-effulgent, and obviously he was traveling all over the world, making thousands of devotees and writing books, like pouring forth like a waterfall. And there were people who said, "Meh, he forgot to do this," or, did you know his students are like that, or from such and such, blah, blah, blah. All simply a way to avoid appreciating that Krishna has empowered somebody. So that kind of life is not productive, and it's also painful. And the life in which one adheres to the order of the spiritual master and appreciates devotees for their adherence to it. You don't become envious of the principle just because I can't do it and they can. I shouldn't become spiteful and say, oh, those 16 round chanting, Bhagavatam reading, going on book distribution. There's all hyphenated stuff. Yeah, who do they think they are? They're not that great. Only Prabhupada was great. We have time for one question, which I'll answer in 60 seconds or less, or your money back from today's class. Yes? Yeah, you ask good questions. And your microphone in 7 seconds or less, or your money back.
Hare Krishna, Maharaj. Thank you so much. This is such a fitting verse for today's occasion. I have one doubt, like Prahlad Maharaj, he became a devotee within the womb itself by hearing Narada's instruction, but he is elaborately saying that his fallen condition. So it is a little difficult for me to understand, because from the birth itself he is a pure devotee. Looks like his vision is beyond the birth, and then he's describing his fallen condition. Can you please elaborate?
Yes. At least I'll do my best. When Chaitanya Mahaprabhu taught Sanatana Goswami Shantir Avyarta Kalatvam, he gave 9 symptoms of bhava. Bhava means, as he described, a time in which one's heart begins to soften. And manashunyata is one of the elements out of the 9 that Mahaprabhu taught to Sanatana as a symptom of the softening heart. And he said that the devotee, although becoming more and more qualified, thinks him or herself to be less and less qualified. And it doesn't mean that one should be incompetent or act incompetently. One becomes more and more competent and spiritually advanced, but there is a feeling of humility within the heart of such a devotee, paradoxically, that I am the lowest of the low, I'm not as qualified. And it's not the same as lack of self-esteem, which is disempowering. When a person enters into the sense of I'm no good, and it also proceeded with nobody, followed by nobody likes me, I might as well quit. This is a symptom of the mode of ignorance. As my mom used to sing that song to us kids when we got into that mood, she said, nobody likes me, everybody hates me, I might as well go out and eat worms. She'd tease us when we got into that mood. And get it together. Do your thing. Do your chores, whatever it might be. So the pure devotee, you'll see, is like, so there's Gopal Krishna Maharaj at every Mangalarti. You don't have to say anything. You don't have to write a book about it. If you show up and you're always there, and then the image within our minds of him was this profile. That's my image of him. I could see him from the side offering a lamp every single Mangalarti whenever I was fortunate enough to be in that area. So the person is competent, the person shows up, but within the heart is thinking, I'm a mercy case. All the others, they have some quality to offer. I don't have anything. I'm simply the servant of the servant of the servant. And Prabhupada made the statement, when you become the servant's servant, a million times removed, he said, that is liberation. And that's the mood. Man. We know also from the 15th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Nirman. Man means, I'm the man. And he says, Nirmana moha, don't be the man. Let somebody else, like Krishna, who knows how to handle it, be the man. Krishna, you're the man. I'm not the man. So now we have a special presentation. We're going to retool everything, and we're bringing in the pundit squad, to give the last of the youth presentations for this series. So if someone will help us relocate.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Maharaj, for a wonderful class. And thank you, Maharaj, for coming and attending. This semester, the students studied from the sacred forests of Vrindavan Brook that you've so nicely composed. And the previous semester, they actually did on Govardhan Parikrama. So this is a great opportunity that it so happens that we are doing our last part of that series, the group presentations, today, and you happen to be here. So we humbly offer this as a, insignificant offering to you, done with some sincere souls in the class. And to Srila Prabhupada and to all the Vaishnavas, to the deities, please accept this as our offering. We will do a presentation today on the last two forests of the 7 sacred forests on the western banks of the Yamuna, Kadiravan and Vrindavan.
Okay, Hare Krishna. My name is Namai.
My name is Madhav.
And today we'll be presenting on the forest of Kadiravan.
Next slide.
So, in the 5th wave of the Bhakti Ratnakara, Narahari Chakravarti says, Dekaha Kadiravana Vidita Jagate Vishnu Loka Prapti Eta Gamana Matrete. And this verse means, behold the forest named Kadiravan, renowned throughout the universe.
Table of contents. So we're going to be covering 3 things in this presentation today. 1, the story of Kadiravan. 2, Krishna's pastimes in Kadiravan. And 3, Lokananda Goswami's pastimes in Kadiravan. 1, story of Kadiravan. So the importance of Kadiravan. Kadiravan is taken from the word kayara, which means to chase or pursue, to eat. Kadiravan is the forest where Bakasura pursued and tried to kill Krishna by eating him. So Utkala was the previous life of Bakasura. Utkala took a tour of his kingdom and came to a holy place on the eastern side of India called Gangasagar. There lived a great sage named Jajali Muni. When Utkala arrived in Gangasagar, he immediately took out a fishing rod and started to fish. As soon as he would catch a fish, he would eat it alive. Seeing this, Jali Muni became very upset, and several times he warned Utkala to stop. Eventually, Jali Muni cursed him, "Since you like eating fish so much, you shall become a crane." As a result of the curse, Utkala immediately transformed into a crane, which most of us know as Bakasura. So devotees and demons. Devotees are close to the Lord and wish to serve him. Demons are bad entities and only desire power and destruction. But we also note that not all demons are bad, because in the case of Prahlad Maharaj and Vibhishan, they came both from demoniac roots but still turned out to be good devotees of the Lord. Types of devotees. There are 3 types of devotees. The first type of devotees are Kanishta devotees. Kanishta devotees are novice and less experienced. The second level devotees are Madhyama devotees. Madhyama devotees are slightly advanced and have plenty of experience. And the last and highest level of devotees is Uttama devotees. Uttama devotees are advanced devotee leaders who have dedicated their life to Krishna consciousness and inspiring other devotees.
Now let us go into some more detail of how exactly Krishna killed Bakasura, and also let us talk about another sweet pastime that took place here. So because Madhav already briefly touched on this, I'm gonna continue where he left off. Bakasura eventually became Kamsa's minister, and one day Kamsa received the news that yet again his demon friends failed to carry out their mission of killing Krishna. This time, he had lost his friend Vaisesika. But in disbelief, Kamsa decided to try his terrible luck again and sent another demon on this suicide mission. This time, he sent Bakasura. By his mystic power, Bakasura knew that the boys and Krishna would be at Kadiravan that day. So, he flew there as a crane and sat next to a lake known as Kishorikund and patiently waited for them to arrive. When Krishna arrived, he pounced on him. At first, the demigods tried to stop him. Brahma managed to knock him unconscious for 48 minutes. Shiva cut off one of his wings. Agnidev burned all of his feathers to ashes. Kuvera also cut off his other wing. Kartikeya cut off his legs using his Shakti weapon. Yamaraj smacked him with he attacked him with his Yamadanda, which broke the Yamadanda. And also, Surya attacked him with 100 sharp arrows. But at this point, Somadev managed to knock him unconscious. Bhadrakali put him into a coma by hitting him on the head with her club. And, well, at this point, Bakasura had enough. And he just pounced on Krishna in one quick lunge and swallowed him. But Krishna decided to become, really hot and spicy inside of his throat, which caused Bakasura to throw him up. At this point, Krishna revived all of his fainted friends, and when Bakasura tried to swallow him again, he caught the 2 halves of Bakasura's beak and bifurcated his body. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur describes Bakasura as a cheating religion, specifically chanting Krishna's names to achieve something besides pure love for Krishna. Krishna's names are, we chant the Hare Krishna mantra only to achieve one specific goal, and that is to attain pure love of Krishna and go home back to Godhead. Another pastime that took place in Gadarvan is described in the Garga Samhita. In this pastime, Krishna and the Gopas saw the gopis approaching Gadarvan and decided to play a prank on them. Krishna sat ahead and decided to not notice Radharani, and Radharani basically did the same, because just for fun. But then the Gopas screamed at the top of their lungs, at which point everyone thought that there was a monster nearby. So all the gopis fled, and Krishna and Radharani were alone and could enjoy each other's company.
Lokanath Goswami's pastimes in Kadirvan. So Lokanath was very studious, and he finished all his material education by the age of 14. So one day he asked his father, "What should I do next?" And his father said, "You should study the Srimad Bhagavatam." And he asked, "Who should I study this from?" And then his father said, "You should study it from Advaitacharya." And there he... What? Oh, okay. He should study from Advaitacharya. So he did. Lokanath used to go to Advaitacharyas to learn from him, and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, also known as Nimai back then, was also in his class, and they became best friends. They loved to talk about philosophy. So later, he became a teacher, and but he missed Nimai a lot because he was his best friend. And one day, Nimai asked him to come with him to preach to all the impersonalists of the world. And Lokanath agreed. So after taking permission from his parents, he went ahead and defeated all the impersonalists of the world in speech. And later he came back to serve his parents till they sadly passed away. After this, Lokanath wanted to stay with Nimai, but Nimai said, "You have a separate mission. It is to find all of the holy places in Vrindavan." So Lokanath went with a friend, Ugarba Goswami, to Vrindavan. Yeah, so as he was looking for holy places, he dearly wanted a deity, so he could worship So the Lord understood his desire, and one day while he was taking a walk in the jungle, a Brahmana appeared and placed the deity in his hands. Then the Brahmana disappeared. Lokanath, after the Brahmana disappearing, realized that this could only be Krishna, and he had given him a deity of himself. This deity was called Radha Vinoda, and that means the pleasure to Radharani. This deity used to talk to him and help him find all the holy places in Vrindavan. And so this accelerated the process. There are many more stories, but these are the ones stated in the book. So, Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Want to go on to the next presentation, that is the final presentation for the series on the sacred forest of Vrindavan in Brajamandal. So I would like to invite the students to come quickly without delay.
Hare Krishna. Over the past few weeks, our Kaishora class has taken you on the journey of multiple forests in the town of Vrindavan. Today, my classmates, Radhika, Shreya, Vedanta, and myself, Amira, would like to take you to another sacred forest of Vrindavan, the Vrindavan forest. But before we get started, we would like to ask the blessings from His Grace Vaisesika Maharaj and our honorary guest, His Holiness Indriyamna Maharaj. We are incredibly fortunate to have the opportunity to present in front of both of you. The book we have based our presentation on today is The Sacred Forest of Vrindavan by His Holiness Indriyamna Swami. The Vrindavan forest is a place where every element of nature harmonizes to create a divine symphony that pleases all five senses. The description is beautifully described in the Srimad Bhagavatam 10.15.3. Srimad Bhagavatam 10.15.3 goes like this. Tan manjuko salimrika katichakulam mahan mana prakayapaya sarasvataha vatena jastam satapatra takandadina niriksayarantum bhagavan manodade. In this verse, Srila Vishwanatha Chakravarti Thakur says that Krishna experiences profound pleasures from the gifts of this sacred forest. The forest comes alive with the melodious chirping of the birds and the humming of the bees. These sounds are described as charming melodies that bring sweet pleasure to the ears of the divine couple. The wind in this forest is said to render service to the Lord as it carries the subtle sweetness of nature itself. Now I will pass it on to Shreya, who will talk to you about Vrindavan forest and its importance.
You must be wondering, is the Vrindavan forest the same as Vrindavan? Well, actually, the Vrindavan forest is a forest just like Kadirvan, located in the town of Vrindavan in the state of UP. Vrindavan means Vrinda, which means dosi, and Van, which means forest. This forest is the manifestation of the heart of Vrinda Devi, where Krishna resides eternally. The Vrindavan forest is known for its pastimes, but for also being the forest of devotion. Radhanath Swami says that each tree there is a liberated yogi just to serve the Lord. The trees could be any fruit they want, anything to please the Lord. They are empowered by Krishna and Radha's love. However, it is more of Radha's love which encourages the trees to serve the Lord, only because she will do anything to make her beloved Krishna happy. She empowers us with the unlimited capacity to please the Lord with our love, and Krishna reciprocates with that.
So as we are talking about the town of Vrindavan, it is important to know who built this forest. So Vishwakarma is the presiding deity of all craftsmen and architects. He is the son of Brahma, and he designs palaces, aircrafts, and divine weapons for the gods. The original town of Vrindavan was created by Vishwakarma. The making of Vrindavan. So this story comes from the Bhagavad Vairata Purana. The story goes that all the Brajavasis went into a trance, and Vishwakarma came there with hundreds of craftsmen, carpenters, stonemasons, artisans, and blacksmiths. He built the forest of Vrindavan because he understood the need for it by the Brajavasis and Krishna. After completing the forest, he built a palace for Nanda Maharaj in Nandagram, which is Krishna's eternal residence. However, while Krishna was residing in the forest of Vrindavan, Nandagram appeared in a different form, with the city of Chatikara in its center. Vishwakarma also wanted to decorate the forest, as he knew that Krishna and Radha would have multiple pastimes there. For this, he created 30 beautiful gardens. Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Leela 5.12 says, Vanayatra vanadeki deke govardhana dvadasha vanadeki seshagila Vrindavana. After reaching Mathura, they started visiting the different forests of Vrindavana and came to Govardhan Hill. They visited all 12 forests, vanas, and at last came to the town of Vrindavan.
Now I'll talk more about Panchakroshi Vrindavan. Panchakroshi Vrindavan is situated between Vrindavan, Nandagram, and Varsana. The area of Panchakroshi Vrindavan is contained within a 15-kilometer circumference. Pancha means 5 and Kroshi means 3 kilometers. 5 times 3 kilometers equals the 15-kilometer circumference. Panchakroshi Vrindavan was assumed to have manifested 500 years ago, but Vishwakarma had appeared 5,000 years ago. Panchakosi Vrindavan has 12 sacred forests, 5 on the east of the Yamuna, which are Bhadra, Bilva, Loha, Bandira, and Mahavan, and 7 on the west of the Yamuna, which are Madhu, Tal, Kumara, Bahula, Kamya, Kadira, and Vrindavan. Now I will talk about one of the pastimes that has happened in the Vrindavan forest called the story of Aristasura. Kamsa was mad because every time he sent his subjects to kill Krishna, Krishna would always defeat them first. So he devised a plan and sent Aristasura to kill him. Aristasura terrorized the inhabitants of Vrindavan and destroyed the forest. But when Krishna came, he ripped Aristasura's horns, killing the demon in the process. Krishna played his flute to restore the forest, but the gopis were mad at him because he had killed a bull, and that is considered a sin. So Krishna combined all the sacred rivers into one whole into Radhakund, which is from the hoofprint of Aristasura.
As we are learning about pastimes that happened in the Vrindavan forest, it is important to know the mood we should be in when we enter the forest. A perfect example of this is by Srila Prabodhananda Saraswati. Srila Prabodhananda Saraswati lived in India during the 16th century. By the grace of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he took the path of devotion to Radha and Krishna. So now that we know who he is, why is he so important? Srila Prabodhananda Saraswati composed a text in praise of the sacred land of Krishna's birth, called the Sri Vrindavan Mahiamrita. A quote from there is in 1.15, where it states, "May Vrindavana, where the astonishing cowherd boys, such as Subala, who are Krishna's dear friends, play, where the gopis of glowing Kaishora age, such as Lalita, full of attraction for Radha, find pleasure, where Radha and Krishna, attached to pastimes day and night, experience thirst for love through astonishing pastimes of Cupid, kindly manifest me." He also says in the Sri Vrindavan Mahiamrita that one who stays in Vrindavan, engaged in bhajan, under the guidance of Vaishnavas, will soon become qualified for Krishna Seva. We should pray in his mood for the day the Dham will fully manifest the full extent of its glories to us.
In conclusion, the forest of Vrindavan was home to many pastimes, such as the making of Vrindavan, the Aristasura story, and many more. But this forest has been subjected to urbanization over these past years. But we should always remember that beneath the natural beauty of this forest, it is more beautiful than anything in the world. Don't have time.
Hare Krishna, thank you for listening, and please forgive any mistakes we have made. We want to thank Vaisesika Mataji and Dhanakela Mataji for guiding us through our presentations. And also, also the book we based our presentation on was this book, The Sacred Forest of Vrindavan, by His Holiness Indradyumna Swami. So we did have a very short presentation time, so we did not cover all of the beautiful details he has written in here. So if you guys would like to find more information, you can get one of these books. Thank you. Any questions?
One of the nicest presentations yet, overflowing. In fact, I noted at the end you said you didn't have enough time. You could have kept going. I do have a question. I was remembering how when one of the sons of Advaita Acharya heard that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had a spiritual master, he became very disturbed, and he said, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the spiritual master of everyone. How are you saying now that he has a spiritual master? In the same way, when I heard your citation from the Brahma-Vaivarta Purana, saying that Vishvakarma had created Vrindavan, I had a similar reaction, like, what are you talking about? Since it's an eternal abode. Can you give any light on that from your studies of the book? Or if you don't, maybe you can call a friend or use one of your lifelines to answer the question.
That is a very good question, Maharaj. Why don't we hand it off to the author of the book, His Holiness Indra Swami, if you're willing.
I have to read the book again.
Even though Vrindavan is the eternal abode of Krishna, when it came down to earth, it still needed to be created to fit the material world. So Vishwakarma helped, like, almost enhance it to make it suitable for the pastimes of Sri Radha and Krishna.
Thank you, that's what I wrote.
In general, I found all of you, all 7 of you, in your presentations to be very natural. The way you presented, it seemed as if you had more than memorized what you were presenting, but you had a deep sense for it. It came off that way, and it therefore is very pleasurable to listen to. Thank you for putting so much into it. This is a really powerful group. Is this one class?
This is just 1/4 of the class.
1/4 of the class.
We have
And
25 students in Kaishura this year.
There's hope for the world. Keep up the great work. Keep presenting. You're really good. Thank you.
I'm also very honored that you would take this book. Of course, it's not my book. These are the lessons that we've learned from the great acharyas in our line, and of course the books in our line. And it's very nice to see that the younger generation is taking up this knowledge and presenting it to the world, because it has to keep going on and on and on, generation after generation. So it's very satisfying for us, your elders, to know you're taking up the mantle, especially in reminding people about the Panam Gatim of life, which is Sri Vrindavan Dham. And we can understand, and more important, we can fall in love with Vrindavan by hearing all these wonderful pastimes and details of that transcendental abode. So personally, I thank you for studying this book and speaking it, not as Vaisesika Prabhu was saying, just repeating it, but it seems like you've realized a lot of that knowledge, so that makes me very satisfied. Hare Krishna.
And now we're going to reorganize the room because we have a memorial for His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj, which will start forthwith, which means right now. So please make sure everyone's in a good place and there's access to the front of the room. As devotees will be coming and going. Mali Mardan Prabhu, we're to start now, right?
Yeah, we'll start now. Everything, can you put the one? Yes. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki. Can you show the slide? Huh? Like here? No. So, yeah, you can be seated. I think we. Okay, sorry. Maybe some confusion. So, please, everyone, please be seated. So I would like to share, because we are already 20 minutes late. Can you go to the next one? So we are 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. We'd like to finish by 11, but probably we'll go 15 minutes more as we are starting 15 minutes late. So first of all, I would like to thank you everyone, online as well as in person here at ISKCON Silicon Valley. My name is Balimardhan Das. And on behalf of all the disciples of His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, especially in California, I would like to give my deep gratitude and thanks during the time of our really very critical some time where we are not prepared to make a big farewell to our Guru Maharaj, but all of you supported us and with us, stand with us in order to continue our journey in the spiritual life. So, we will just give some synopsis of Guru Maharaj in this one. If you see here, some of our disciples as well as God brothers, God sisters are online watching. And we'd like to also thank our visiting guest, His Holiness Indradumna Swami Maharaj, Vijay Prabhu, and many other on the call. Thank you very much. Please give them a big round of applause. And go to the next slide. So in quick summary, we'll just go through this schedule, which is prepared as my best. First, we start with, there is a song, Jeev Zago by Maharaj. Sorry, can you go back, please? And then Vaisesika Prabhu and Indradumna Maharaj will give an offering, followed by Kanka Mataji. Jagrini Mataji is traveling in Jacksonville, some Rath Yatra today, so she won't be. And Nirukla Mataji and Vijay Prabhu. So, and then we'll do a GKG video, a documentary film of preaching. And then Hansapriya Mataji, on behalf of all the disciples of ISBC, will be the only one speaking in person. And Pradyumna Prabhu, he's a very, very senior disciple in 1980s. He'll be speaking from Los Angeles. And then we have from GKZ photos and disciples, those we are not inviting in persons here, it will take time. So in order to make it efficient, we make a reconciled videos, it's 20 minutes. And then the team ISB also combined together, and the final offering of the GKZ video where we'll sing the Jayanilo Premadhana at last. And then finally, we'll do a Puspanjali. So during the time of Jayanilo, a bhoga would be offered to Maharaj, and the Puspanjali would be there. Puspanjali and Aarti will be done simultaneously. So at the time the Aarti is going on, the Puspanjali also will be on the one line. So this is all, and all our God brothers and God sisters who have prepared from since yesterday, led by Syam Bhakta Prabhu, Ananda Brindavan and Hansapriya and many other devotees preparing the bhoga, which is very dear to Guru Maharaj. So I think that's all for this, the agenda. So I hope you will have a better view of Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, those who do not know or those who know a little bit. So we'll try our best to give some glimpse of Maharaj's life history in ISKCON. So can you play this video, Prabhuji? So I'll try my best to keep it, even though it's a longer video, 5 minutes in order to squeeze this. So please go ahead. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare. Go to YouTube.
Jeev jago, Gora Chanda bole. Jeev jago, Gora Chanda bole.
Jeev jago, Gora Chanda bole.
Tota nidra jao maya, Pishachira kole.
Kota nidra jao maya, Pishachira kole.
Baji bo boliya eshe, samsara bitare.
Baji bo boliya eshe, samsara bitare.
Boliya rohile tume, ave Ainu avatara,
Tomare loite ami, Hoinu avatara.
Ami dina bandhu ala, ke ache tumara. Nasib lagi,
Ene chiyo shadi maya, nasib lagi.
Hari nama mantra, lao tumi magi. Bhakati Vinoda Prabhu Charane Pariya.
Bhakati Vinoda Prabhu Charane Pariya.
Te Hari Nama Mantra Lailo Magiya. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So we'll just like to go through this, one of the life history of Maharaj, a 5 minutes, a short clip. And then after that we will go for the... So when they're preparing, so just to like to know, His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, almost 50 years he completed as a GVC, straight, was assigned by Srila Prabhupada in 1975. And then also he opened 241 temples around the globe, including India, Asia, America, Africa, Russia, and many other places. And not only that, he has distributed how many books? 100 million books. So all his credit in last one, November 23rd, he has, everybody, GVC asked him to make a will because of his bad health and all the things going on. So Maharaj has given indication also that Prabhupada asked him, okay, you can make at least 8 temples in Delhi area. Then Prabhupada always increases, no, you can make 11 temples. Then finally he said, no, you can make 18 temples. And Maharaj said in December 2023 that at least we made 18 temples. That means he was saying, my job is done. Is it? YouTube links. Huh? These are the... Yeah. This is the one we need to show in the session? No. So, similarly, when he was there joined the Dehradun in the Indian Bureau, ISKCON, the meetings, so he was not supposed to go, and Maharaj said that you could join by Zoom, but later on he said that I'm the host, and I'll join by sleeping, it doesn't look good, so I need to go. Then he went there and he fell down in the bathroom, but by the time also he came and he was doing his deity worship, and he did not even tell to his servants that he fell down. But when he wanted, because it takes at least 90 minutes to finish his deity worship, and by the time he woke up, means he got up from his chair, it was like a severe pain, and then he was admitted into the nearby hospital in Dehradun, and it may not have been that much facility compared to Delhi. So the doctor was supposed to release him in the next day, but subsequently, he got series of cardiac arrest, and followed by multiple arrests, and then on May 5th, 9:20 a.m. Sunday, which was Dwadasi in India, he left this mortal world. Are you able to make it? Okay. Kitna minute? Okay. Can you put it here? Please. Enable the sound. Yes.
I casually asked one of my friends, is there any Hindu temple in Montreal? So I went to the Montreal temple and I took part in the Sunday program. And in May '68, I received a letter. Our Swamiji is coming to Montreal on June 4, '68. Please come and meet him. The first assignment the temple president gave me was to clean Prabhupada's apartment. So I had the privilege of meeting Prabhupada on June 1st, 1968. I had almost no exposure to sadhus in India. I could see that Prabhupada was a genuine saint. Before I came, there was almost no book production in India. The Prabhupada told me to start a book production. I had arranged a very big book display of Prabhupada books in a very big book house. But after 1 month, not many books were sold. So I went to Prabhupada to give him a report. And Prabhupada said, my books are sold because of the enthusiasm of my disciples. And in the store, nobody's enthusiastic. That's why. So we have seen that when devotees are enthusiastic, they achieve outstanding results.
Vande Gurasi Karanaravinda
Romanchakampa Shutaranga Bhajo Vande Guru Shri Charanarabindam
Dhanadod Pacha Vande Gurasi Karanaravinda.
So now I'd like to request His Grace Vaisesika Prabhu. Can you make the chair, Prabhuji? Pavani Bhakti. Can get the chair, Prabhuji.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharne Nirvishesha Shrinivari Paschatya Deshatarne Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I wish to present my profound bereavement on this time of the passing of the great disciple of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who lifted all of us. And knowingly or unknowingly, we were pulled by the force of Srila Gopal Krishna Maharaj's devotion to Srila Prabhupada. And hearing Bali Mardan, your recount of the accomplishments of Maharaj, I was struck because there's a way in which we don't know what we've got till it's gone. And we may go on appreciating as much as possible the association that we have now. But when a great soul leaves the world, as has His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj, a light comes on remarkably, because although they are the light for which many can see a path to follow, when that light apparently goes out, another kind of light comes on, and this is called the Tirobhava. The light of Gopal Krishna Maharaj's personal presence was palpable in his enthusiasm to follow Srila Prabhupada's orders, and he was a joyful and exemplary devotee. He was friendly and encouraging. And now celebrating his disappearance, although if someone's not aware of the context, one may say, why are you celebrating someone's disappearance? We will answer that. We know that Vaishnavas who are liberated souls engaged in the Sankirtan movement are not ordinary, and therefore they go on to perform their services elsewhere. What's more, we celebrate the life of such a person and recognize after their departure many of the details of it. We're a family, a society, but more of a family all over the world. And we all grieve in our own ways because we have relationships with God brothers and sisters, and also with our elders, our spiritual masters. But we all grieve. There is purification in that grieving process. And there's also an inspiration. And this is to see if we can also take up the same kind of service. When a devotee among us performs service that is so voluminous that we become almost in awe. Well, we are in awe, but then we may question, how could I do that? Then we can remember that it's from the submissive attitude of the follower to carry on the mission of the spiritual master. And His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj methodically carried out the orders of his Guru Maharaj, and the results speak for themselves. My feeling is a feeling of bereavement and almost a sense of wanting to hold on to my other God brothers and sisters because we feel such a profound loss, and the light of Tirobhav comes on and we think how valuable are our God siblings and everybody else in our spiritual family together. In a very practical way, and Maharaj was very practical. That means spiritual practice, the last verse of Prahlad Maharaj's prayers. In it, Prahlad Maharaj says, all this study of Vedic knowledge, I'm not interested. He said, I'm interested in practical service. Paradoxically, if one is interested in practical service, then Vasudeve Bhagavati Bhakti Yoga Prayojita Janaya Yashuvairagyam Gyanam Chayat Haitukam. There's a way in which all Vedic knowledge comes to that person naturally, springs forth. My personal dedication to His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj, as I will, Krishna willing, to my last breath, carry on the same enthusiasm he had for distributing Srila Prabhupada's books, that he wanted to constantly increase the numbers because Srila Prabhupada had told him that. And he told all of us. And Maharaj was one of the rare souls who took that up heart and soul, maybe more than anybody. I wrote in my offering more than anybody, and then somebody edited it and said, maybe that it was among the best, but I think it is the best. So I dedicate myself now on this day, since we have a special day, to His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj, to follow in his footsteps in the way that he unceasingly went on serving Srila Prabhupada in his various ways. The way I'll feel connected to Maharaj in this lifetime, and hopefully many more to come, is to try to catch up his mood of expanding book distribution. And I think we could think of a number of temples to open also. And I've also been inspired by his deity worship. Just seeing the pictures of him worshiping the deity and knowing how dedicated he was, I think of how Kaviraj Goswami describes the service of Raghunath Das Goswami as lines written in stone. That'll work. If one just takes the simple path and is very strict about it, one will have complete success. We're so lucky to see one devotee who has dedicated his life to the simple path, but followed it perhaps more strictly than anyone else, and has attained complete success in this lifetime. As an example, to know that we can go on following the simple path as he has done and also achieve perfection. In conclusion, I keep in my heart always the personal interactions I had with Maharaj that were so sweet and loving that I'll never forget them. The times he would stop by at Govardhan on his parikram to see Keshav Bharati Maharaj in his room, then he'd come all the way over to my room, and even though I'd be doing my puja in there, and then the door would open, and Maharaj would bound in the door along with maybe 500 other devotees. And he'd have this energy from having completed half the parikram with all his devotees. And another time, him taking my hand in front of the MVT when I was in great anxiety about something that happened here at ISV, and it was on my mind deeply, and he just held my hand. I didn't need anything else but that. It gave me courage. So I pray on this day that I'll always remember the sweetness of his association, the powerful simplicity that he exhibited in his service to Srila Prabhupada, unswerving to the last second, and his devout dedication to distribution of books. I'll remember those qualities in Maharaj and dedicate my life to following in his footsteps, and I'll be inspired by him at every step. I pray that all his disciples and followers may take solace that they had a true representative of the spiritual world, and that he set an example that one could actually follow in this world to attain success. Om Tat Sat. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Banam, can you take this share? Hare Krishna, I would like to welcome His Holiness Indradun Maharaj to share his friendship with Gopal Krishna Maharaj. Please. Put a chair there.
don't need it. Just follow in your footsteps. Om Agyantimadandasya Gyanangana Shalakaya Chakshudamilitam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Shwayam Rupaka Damayam Dadanti Sva Padantikam Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhakti Vrindam Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. When I woke up this morning, I was unaware that this auspicious ceremony, memorial, was going to take place. And I came downstairs and I asked my secretary, so what are we doing today? And he described, well, we're going to Cirque du Soleil because several of my disciples perform in that very popular entertainment industry. So I thought, okay, that's what we're doing today because, well, my festivals are something like Cirque du Soleil, so I wanted to get some ideas. Then he said, oh, by the way, there's a ceremony, a memorial for Gopal Krishna Maharaj at the temple today. I thought, that's a wonderful opportunity to again glorify my dear godbrother Gopal Krishna Maharaj, because I've observed 3 memorials already in the last few weeks since Maharaj left. So I'd like to thank the Vaisesika Prabhu and Guru Ma and the organizers here for celebrating, so I can again glorify a godbrother. To what degree? Well, how do godbrothers see other godbrothers? We see godbrothers on the level of His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj, as per the prayers of Prahlad Maharaj. In Srimad Bhagavatam, Prahlad Maharaj says, it's a long verse, but we'll come to the particular pertinent point here. Translation: the qualities of Prahlad Maharaj, the son of Hiranyakashipu, are described herewith. He was completely cultured as a qualified Brahmin, having very good character and being determined to understand the absolute truth. He had full control of his senses and mind. Like the Supersoul, he was kind to every living entity and was the best friend to everyone. To respectable persons, he acted exactly like a menial servant. To the poor, he was like a father. To his equals, he was attached like a sympathetic brother. And he considered his teachers, spiritual masters, and older godbrothers to be as good as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Hare Krishna. So in that light, I'm very honored to speak today in that mood that I see my older godbrother Gopal Krishna Maharaj, both in age, but also in his depth and realizations of Krishna consciousness, and also in his services, which have been elucidated today by several devotees, quite amazing. I would like to honor him in that regard as a representative of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So just like when we come before the Lord, we offer full dandavat. When we come before our spiritual master as the representative of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, in that light, I also pay full dandavats to His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj as an exalted godbrother, and I see him as none different than the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In that, he's a perfect representative, and by following his footsteps, I can achieve the mercy of my spiritual master and the Supreme Lord. But I would like to take an interesting approach today in my particular talk, and that is to see Gopal Krishna Maharaj in the light of Srila Prabhupada's eyes. Because, as was explained earlier, Gopal Krishna Maharaj joined the Hare Krishna movement. He joined Srila Prabhupada, let us say, because Prabhupada said that this movement is not different than himself. In 1968, or 67 or 68, 1967, 68, in Montreal. And as soon as he left and I was lamenting his departure, I tried to read as much about him as I could for full appreciation. And I read that when he had his first darshan with Srila Prabhupada in the Montreal temple, because he'd come one day earlier, and as we saw in the video, he was asked to do some service, or he asked to do some service for the spiritual master that was coming, so the temple president engaged him in cleaning Prabhupada's quarters. So for many hours that day, he cleaned in Prabhupada's quarters, and then in appreciation for that, after Prabhupada came, and Gopal Krishna Maharaj, who was known at that time as Gopal Krishna, because that was his birth name. And when he got initiated, Prabhupada kept the same name because he liked that name, Gopal Krishna. So the temple president rewarded him for that service of cleaning Prabhupada's room with the darshan of Srila Prabhupada. And that's when the attachment came. In fact, Gopal Krishna Maharaj told me personally how fascinated he was by Srila Prabhupada as a saintly person. He had not necessarily been looking for a spiritual master. He was doing his studies and then his working in business, but he had, of course, that piety and that, of course, we know who he is, so it was destined to be. But when he met Srila Prabhupada, just as Srila Prabhupada said when he met Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati for the first time, he walked away from that meeting, and his friend said to him, "So what do you think?" And Srila Prabhupada said, "I think I have met a true saintly person." And I accepted him as my spiritual master from my first meeting. So this is all destiny, not mundane destiny, but spiritual destiny. So in the same way, when Gopal Krishna Maharaj and Prabhupada met, there was some bond that was reignited. Because I heard Prabhupada say in Rome one time that the spiritual master travels life after life, preaching Krishna consciousness in this world with a contingent of trusted disciples. He travels birth after birth with a contingent of very close, trusted disciples, whereby he executes his mission. I have no doubt that His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj is one of those devotees. We can applaud that fact, I think, because it's so... So sometimes, naturally, when a devotee departs, that our human nature is, where did they go? I know where he went. He went to wherever Srila Prabhupada is, either preaching in this world or in the spiritual world, because he has that honor of being the greatest honor that any devotee in ISKCON can have. Like sometimes people get medals, they get little patches on their sleeve, or they get in front of their name PhD, MA, but the greatest honor, epitaph a devotee can have, is to be a Prabhupada man. And we saw that there. I was very happy when I saw it in the video. He was a Prabhupada man through and through because he knew Prabhupada's heart and he gave his entire life to Srila Prabhupada, especially the instruction that Prabhupada received from Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. If you ever get money, print books. So, like father, like son. We have grandfather Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, transcendental. We have Prabhupada, and we had his modern day son, Saint Gopal Krishna Maharaj, all in the same mood. So certainly he's with Srila Prabhupada. And after their first meeting, the temple president asked Srila Prabhupada, "How did you like that young man?" And Prabhupada, here's the quote, "Gopal is a very nice boy, and he must be encouraged." Already Prabhupada's impressed by him. Gopal's a very nice boy, and he must be encouraged. So I just want to take a little time to read some of their correspondence. Because after meeting Srila Prabhupada, Gopal Krishna Maharaj went back to Toronto where he was working. He'd finished his education and he was working in Toronto. He was just in Montreal because he was invited by the temple to meet their guru. So he went back to Toronto to work, but Prabhupada stayed in Montreal for 3 months. And during that time, Prabhupada wrote 3 letters each month to this new boy, Gopal Krishna. Can you imagine? That's 9 letters in 3 months. And they exchanged letters like this. And if you go on the folio, there's hundreds of letters. I don't know any other god brother or god sister who received so much encouragement and instruction and knowledge than Gopal Krishna Maharaj. Hundreds of letters. I couldn't read them all. There were just hundreds. So today, I chose a few quickly in coming over here, just so we can understand the nature of their relationship, and we can draw from that to try to be like Gopal Krishna Maharaj. Because he pleased Srila Prabhupada, and that's the goal of our lives. So in one early letter, Prabhupada wrote to Maharaj, I beg to acknowledge receipt of your 2 letters dated June 7th and June 16th, 1969, and I have noted the contents. I have also received your presents of shoes and soap. They're just beginning their relationship, so we sent Prabhupada some shoes and a bar of soap. And I thank you very much. I am so glad to learn that the anxiety of your parents is now removed. So go on with your prescribed duty of Krishna consciousness and always be happy. You are a very intelligent boy and faithful to your parents and to your duty. Certainly Krishna will be very much pleased upon you. The father and mother are also as good as the spiritual master, and we are indebted to father and mother in so many ways. So as they are dependent on your income, try to help them as far as possible. But your main business is Krishna consciousness. And if you keep that point of view, you can deal with others according to social conventions without being attached. Then another letter at the same period. My dear Gopal Krishna, please accept my blessings. You can always send me your very long letters. It's very pleasing to me. And I am glad to hear that you are now chanting 16 rounds of the Hare Krishna mantra every day. But you should also, at the same time, follow strictly the 4 principles of restraint, so Prabhupada described, the 4 principles of restraint, and avoid the 10 offenses in the matter of chanting. It will be quickly effective in your case. I'm very glad to learn that you have vowed to follow these 4 principles as far as you can in your lifetime. And because you are so sincerely trying to push yourself in the matter of Krishna consciousness, Krishna is giving you some intelligence also, and you are thinking in so many nice ways how to serve the Lord. I am very glad to learn of it. You are returning to India by August. Do you think you'll come back to Canada? If so, I can give you some work which you can nicely perform in India, informing them about this Krishna conscious movement. I need young boys like you to spread the message of Krishna consciousness in India. Just see. The best thing in this age is to propagate the Sankirtan movement. Trust me. So I shall be very glad to utilize your energy in this Krishna conscious movement, as you are such a willing volunteer. Atmanivedanam, Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu, Shmaranam, Padasevanam, Archanam, Bandham, Dasyam, Sakyam, Atmanivedanam, full surrender. From the beginning. From the beginning. May Krishna bless you with more and more Krishna conscious activities, service, and you will feel a glorious life by Krishna's grace. I wish you that all your good desires be fulfilled without delay. The sense of urgency we see. Prabhupada was pioneering Krishna consciousness in the West, and he's also thinking of India. His Guru Maharaj told him to go to the West to establish Krishna consciousness in the foremost language of the world at that time, English. But Prabhupada's also thinking about India. In fact, Bhakti Churu Maharaj told me one time that Prabhupada told him, I went to the West and fulfilled the instructions of my spiritual master to spread the chanting of Hare Krishna in the English-speaking language. I have been successful, and now I'm coming back to revive Krishna consciousness in Bengal, the birthplace of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So Prabhupada was thinking of the whole world, and he had these devotees whom were helping him. Prabhupada said one time, in the beginning, Krishna sent me a few good men. And this is one of them. So he went to India, and then the correspondence continued. Prabhupada wrote, Los Angeles, 31st July 1969. My dear Gopal Krishna, please accept my blessing. I beg to thank you very much for your letter dated July 26, 1969, and I have noted the contents carefully. Regarding being in India, you can now work in any big city like Bombay or Delhi. It's only been a devotee like 18 months. Because without living in a big city, you cannot have a good job. You can also try Calcutta. Calcutta is a very big industrial city, and if you are posted there, it will be easier for you to look after my Mayapur contemplated temple. But it does not matter whether you are situated in Bombay, Calcutta, or Delhi. Whatever is suitable, you can accept. Regarding your dress, such intimate instructions, you should dress yourself as smartly as possible. And Maharaj was always a very good dresser, you'll know. His, like Prabhupada, when I was with Prabhupada on a number of occasions, Prabhupada, he never seemed wrinkled. In fact, I was on a flight with him one time from New York to London, and I was a mess when I got there. And Prabhupada got off the plane, there wasn't one wrinkle in his dhoti. I was thinking, what's going on? Always perfect gentleman, nice, clean, tilak. Prabhupada always smelled like sandalwood oil. It was something very mystical. So I always saw Gopal Krishna Maharaj like that, very nice as a gentleman. Krishna consciousness does not depend on the dress. It is about consciousness. If by dressing yourself very nicely you get honor from your customers, then it is a great asset for business and management. So far as your diploma in business management from McGill University is concerned, you must have it by all means. And the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, it is enjoined by Rupa Goswami that any work either prescribed in the Vedas or ordinary mundane activities, if the target is to satisfy Krishna, then believe me, everything as such is devotional service. My dear Gopal Krishna, you please always consult me before doing anything. You please always consult me before doing anything. What is this relation to? And I shall try to guide you to the best of my abilities. I hope this meets you in the best of health. Then, can I have my water? Gautamaji. On April 21st, 1970, I've got a cold. Papa wrote to him, My dear Gopal Krishna, I'm very glad to learn that you are doing spiritual activities very nicely, and you are always alert to see whether you are committing some offense. This is the attitude. In rendering service to Lord Krishna and his spiritual master, we should always remain in this fearful attitude, which means careful attention. This attitude will advance you progressively, very quickly in Krishna consciousness. And he always had, I saw that very deep respect for Prabhupada. I won't take much more time. I know other speakers are there, but I think seeing today Gopal Krishna Maharaj through Srila Prabhupada's eyes, it's a special blessing. It's a special blessing. And not only Srila Prabhupada, but as many Prabhupada's disciples and devotees around the world lamented when Maharaj left, but even the VIPs of the world, it was noted. Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, wrote, Srila Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj was a revered spiritual icon, globally respected for his unwavering devotion to Bhagavan Sri Krishna and his tireless service through ISKCON. His teachings emphasize the importance of devotion, kindness, and service to others. He also played a significant role in expanding the community efforts of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, particularly in areas like education, health, and serving the needy. My thoughts are with all the devotees in this tragic hour. Om Shanti. So this just shows how a fully surrendered disciple, Atmanivedanam, from day one, becomes completely empowered by the spiritual master. Because ultimately, who are we? We're just instruments. But because he was a pure devotee, he was a pure instrument. And therefore we hear these amazing figures, millions of books distributed, so many temples. There's 20 temples just in Delhi. Who can imagine? And the destination of such a devotee, who can imagine how much mercy he's receiving now? In the Srimad Bhagavatam Ritam, I'll conclude. Part 2, Chapter 1, Text 6. This perfectly describes Gopal Krishna Maharaj. Param gopyam apish nigde, shishye bhacham iti shruti, tachaturyatam mahabhaga goloka mahimaduna. The Vedas say that to a loyal disciple, one may speak the confidential secret. Therefore, O most fortunate one, now please hear the glories of Goloka. Gopal Krishna Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Hare Krishna, thank you.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Maharaj, for sharing wonderful insights. Now I'd like to request Mother Kanka. She is on Zoom. Please go ahead. Can you unmute your... Huh? Can you unmute before you speak? Yeah, that's what I'm requesting. And Jagrani both are there, one after another.
I'm unmuted, Prabhu.
Yeah, you can go ahead, Mataji.
Okay. Hare Krishna, everyone. First of all, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity. Balaram Prabhu, thank you for reaching out, giving me an opportunity to connect again with my ISV family. Vanchakalpa Trubhyascha, Kripa Sindhupyevacha, Patitanam Pavanebhyo, Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. I miss you all very much. I'm speaking to you from Jacksonville Beach. We're having Rath Yatra. I guess the Alatra Temple puts on 6 Rath Yatras a year. This is the second one I've attended. Anyway, I found some internet connectivity in a hotel next door, and I'm happy to be here to speak to you. Gopal Krishna Swami, although I didn't know him very, very well, the times that I did see him, and he was very affectionate to a Kurnath, so he would always want to speak to a Kurnath, and I would tag along. He was always very, very sweet, very, very kind to all the devotees. I know that when he would come and visit, even at Berkeley Temple, Jagannath Swami was so pleased because any donations he would give, he would just turn over to Berkeley Temple. He was always thinking of others, always trying to help. I've read his bio, and he was not just a Prabhupada man, but a powerful Prabhupada man. The amount of service he was able to do and able to accomplish. One pastime, one little story I personally have is on a trip to India with my god sisters many years ago. And Gopal Krishna Swami was famous for protecting the women and standing up for the women at times when people were trying to do the opposite. And so we were in Vrindavan, and we were in the temple, and it was very difficult for us. They wouldn't let us anywhere near the altar. The men were actually linking arms. They were linking arms and not letting any of the women anywhere near the altars. But what made it worse was when the flame came around. The Prabhu was bringing the flame around. One of the devotee women we had met there, she was a god, not a god sister, but a god niece. She went to because it passed by her, so she went to reach for the flame. the devotee carrying the flame hit her hand away, just smacked it away. And this is right in front of Krishna Balaram, right in front of the deities. So Kanka was there with me, and we were really upset. And we were like, this is not the kind of thing that should be going on. You know, we come all this way. We come to see Krishna Balaram. We come to see Radhe Shyam. And this is what's going on. So we sought out Gopal Krishna Swami, and we were able to get a meeting with him. And we expressed our concerns with him. We told him what happened. The next day, that was over. He straightened it out. The women were able to go near the altar. We were able to have nice darshan. The men didn't act ridiculous anymore. I know that they still struggle back and forth with things that come up, but Gopal Krishna Swami was our champion of the women in ISKCON. Anyway, my heart goes out to all of his disciples. It's, you know, when your father dies, it puts you in charge of the family. So I feel that with the passing away of God brothers and God sisters, disciples of Srila Prabhupada, more and more responsibility falls on the next generation of devotees. So pick our brains, learn everything you can from the devotees that are still with us. And I know that Krishna will guide you. You're all better than we were when we started. And my condolences to the disciples. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hari Om. Okay, finally, I think Kanka Mataji, we are able to see you. You are unmuted. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much for asking me to speak. Om Maganati Mirandasya Gana Gana Salakaya Chakshura Militam Janitas, my Shri Gurave Namaha. And thank you to Vaisesika and Indrajimya Maharaj for their wonderful presentations at this time. So it's hard for me to speak without getting emotional. Gopal Krishna Maharaj was such an amazing Vaishnav. I first met him in Brooklyn Temple in the early 70s. At that time, we didn't have very many Indian devotees. And I was told by Shyamasundar Prabhu that Srila Prabhupada in those early 70s really, 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 really wanted Gopal Krishna Maharaj to come and preach in India, and was like in the letters that Indrajimna Maharaj was reading, it was evident that this was really Prabhupada's desire. And there are so many times when I would go to India that I would see Gopal Krishna Maharaj performing the Artik ceremony for the deities. He was relentless in his devotion and so wonderful. And one day I was walking in Mayapur. This was just a couple of years ago, and he was with a group of devotees. And he called me over, Kanka, it's so nice to see you. And I was kind of taken back. I was kind of surprised. I was at his kindness and his affection. He was so magnanimous. And of course, when I went to the Delhi temple this year, I was told that there were 20 temples in Delhi. And I remember in 1984, there weren't any temples in Delhi. I mean, there was a little tiny temple, and I was kind of surprised because Delhi is such a important city in India. And of course, now Gopal Krishna Maharaj has made that all those temples so amazingly beautiful and incredible, and so many temples in such a great city. So I don't want to take any more time because I know we're behind, but thank you for asking. And I send my condolences to all the wonderful disciples of Gopal Krishna Maharaj. And he will be missed very much by the Vaishnava community and the whole entire world. He was incredibly amazing. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. So I think there are a lot of devotees that please can you move? We have empty spaces. And in the meantime, I would like to request Mother Nirukula, please. So followed by Vijay Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Panchakalpa Trubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Vyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. I think that, as Indradyumna Swami Maharaj said, the greatest medal of honor someone can be awarded is to be a Prabhupada man or Prabhupada woman. And you'll see it won't just be limited to the generation of Srila Prabhupada's disciples. All of you who follow in Prabhupada's footsteps are Prabhupada men and women. And we have many of you here. And I'm so proud of you all. Gopal Krishna Maharaj, to me, exhibited so much affection. Not to me personally, I didn't have much association with him, but if I was with my husband or I was with someone he knew, he was always very affectionate, very present when he talked to the devotees, and always enthusiastic. Most of us, as Kanka mentioned, remember him as doing arti to Krishna Balaram. It's a memory that we'll always cherish. Then we saw that video of Gopal Krishna Maharaj in his sleep, obviously offering arti, going like this and like this. It's truly, truly amazing to be absorbed like that. We can all follow, hopefully, by his example. A memory that keeps coming to my mind and my mind's eye is when we would be in Mayapur, Maharaj would go for a walk with his disciples, and he'd walk from the temple out towards the Goshal. Anybody ever see him with his rainbow sneakers? I loved that about Maharaj. You know, it just showed that side of him, that he could have fun. He had fun in Krishna consciousness. And he also, that example of taking an instruction from the spiritual master and making that your life's work. He, just as Srila Prabhupada did, Srila Gopal Krishna Goswami did that. And if we have been fortunate enough to get a direct instruction from our guru, that's great. But if there are the general instructions that we all know we can follow, or we can follow someone who has been given a personal instruction, as all of the disciples of Srila Gopal Krishna Maharaj can do. He was a big proponent of book distribution, a big proponent of deity worship, and he knew how to preach to the politicians, to the kings, to the queens, to the sweeper in the street. Maharaj could cover everyone and make them feel loved and accepted and hopeful. I just looked at Hansapriya. I shouldn't have done that. When the spiritual master leaves this world, it's a very trying time. It can be a very chaotic time, and it can be a very emotional time. If you are feeling that grief, if you are fortunate enough to feel that sadness, go with it. Feel it. Devote yourself to that and let yourself feel that grief, because it's a gift. It's a gift to miss the presence of a pure devotee. And we, Prabhupada disciples, and some of you who have lost your Guru Maharajas, we can understand that grief. And everyone will grieve in their own way. There may be tears, there may not be tears. The grief may go on for years. The grief may go on, the palpable grief may go on for a short time. But whatever it is, everyone grieves in their own way. And we hopefully can support each other in that grief, empower each other, and help the junior disciples of Gopal Krishna Maharaj, and his senior disciples can help the junior disciples during this time and always going forward. It's all of our time to take up the mantle, to become more serious about our Krishna consciousness, and to follow the instruction of Srila Prabhupada and the Guru Parampara. And I would just like to offer my most sincere and heartfelt condolences to Maharaj's disciples, to those of you who had a personal relationship with him, who you may have felt like he was your father, he was your father, or you may have had a friendly relationship, or you may have had more formal guru-disciple relationship. Whatever that relationship is, it's to be honored and respected. And however I may serve you going forward, please allow me to do that. All glories to Gopal Krishna Goswami. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. Vijay Prabhu, please. So I'm just saying that one time Maharaj was here visiting 2015, and he was saying, who is Guru Ma? Then I was saying, it's Vaisesika Prabhu's wife, Nirukala Mataji. Oh, shall I call her also? Then basically Maharaj was very shy and smiling, but I don't think he called her our Guru Ma, but that was one conversation. Thank you, Vijay.
Om Jnanatimarandasya Jnananjana Salakya Chakshram Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Bhaktivinoda Thakur, he writes, he reasons ill who say that Vaishnavas die while still living in sound. The Vaishnavas die to live, and living spread the holy name around. So, as Indradyumna Swami mentioned, he is either with Prabhupada preaching or went back to Godhead. So it's good to lament. He's left. We don't have his association anymore, but he's in good hands. He's doing very good. So he left, but he is still here also. How many books did he write? Anybody know? No books. I thought there were some books. Really? Oh. But lectures. Many lectures, yeah, recorded, so that we could learn. Also, we can hear his lectures. I didn't have much association with him. I met him in the early 80s. I went to New Delhi, and as we just heard, there was just a little house. That was the temple for years. And at that time, the early 80s, Tamal Krishna Maharaj, he was the GBC. But then he had an inspiration to go to America and distribute books. So a GBC was needed. And Prabhupada tried a couple, I think it was Brahmananda and Karandar and maybe some others, but they didn't work. And then he called for Gopal Krishna Maharaj. And Gopal Krishna Maharaj was expert. Prabhupada was so happy to have Gopal Krishna Maharaj as the GBC in India. And he was the only GBC in India. Now there's so many GBCs in India. But at that time, one. And he was doing an expert job. Prabhupada was so pleased. There's a statement in one purport by Prabhupada. The pure devotee does not have a material body because of his being surcharged with the current of Krishna's identical interest. This is Srila Prabhupada and Gopal Krishna Maharaj. He was absorbed in distributing books. When he first went to India, book distribution was very small. Very small. Not many books were being distributed. And there was that one small temple. And then eventually, now 17, I heard 18, and then I heard 20, I don't know, something. Big number there. And just recently, the Rohini temple, which is, I've seen some pictures. It's a beautiful, beautiful temple. I was just in New Delhi a month ago, and I had the good opportunity to hear Maharaj give class in New Delhi. And it was wonderful, powerful. It's just fired up. And I was surprised to hear that he had left his body. And at that time, just after he gave class, he saw me. He said, "Vijay, come, let's take lunch together in the afternoon." And I was looking forward, some more association with Maharaj. But then he had a meeting, and it fell through, so I didn't get that association. There's one incident that sticks out in my mind more than anything else. See, I was the minister of book distribution. Now, fortunately, Vaisesika Prabhu is the minister of book distribution. I've been trying to get him to be the minister for 10 years, and finally he surrendered to the GVC. So, because I was so much into book distribution, and also Gopal Krishna Maharaj was, whenever he would see me, he would talk about the book distribution. And when he would be number one in the world, he would say, "Vijay, New Delhi, number one." So there was a competition between Mayapur and New Delhi. New Delhi be number one, then Mayapur be number one, the next year New Delhi be number one, then Mayapur, just like going, it's amazing. So, yeah, he was very, very much into book distribution. So there was one period where we were having the book distribution award ceremony in Mayapur. So there was Gopal Krishna Maharaj, Jayapataka Swami, and myself. They had the three asanas, and I was giving out awards. And just maybe a half hour before that, Vaisesika Prabhu said to me, "ISV is shooting for number one." So I said to Gopal Krishna Maharaj, "Gopal Krishna Maharaj, Vaisesika Prabhu, he said he's shooting for number one." And Gopal Krishna Maharaj said, "We welcome competition." So he liked competition, and he was so inspirational to the devotees. I mentioned he's surcharged with this mood of Krishna, of Srila Prabhupada. That's why book distribution increased so much. The devotees there are just so absorbed in book distribution, and here also, book distribution is such a big part of this community. So those of you who are disciples of Gopal Krishna Maharaj, consider yourself very fortunate, and carry on the mood that he gave to you, and he will be very pleased. Thank you very much, Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Vijay Prabhu. Start.
Hare Krishna. This is a short presentation on the temples overseen by His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. By the mercy of Srila Prabhupada, today Hare Krishna has become a household word. Within the world, as we move towards Bharat, there exists a pastime place of Lord Sri Krishna known as Indraprastha, which is now known as Delhi. He mercifully established Dharma. Following in his footsteps, Srila Prabhupada arrived in Delhi in the year 1960. Srila Prabhupada stayed in Sri Sri Radha Vallabh Temple, located in Chippiwada, New Delhi from 1960 to 1965. In those days, he would travel from Vrindavan to Delhi to print and distribute his Back to Godhead magazine. Tolerating heat strokes, indifference of people towards spirituality, financial crisis, callous government officials, non-cooperative and self-absorbed godbrothers, and still, without getting discouraged, Srila Prabhupada continued his preaching work in Delhi. Srila Prabhupada wanted Chippiwala temple to be acquired by ISKCON. It was a struggle to get the property in ISKCON's name. But finally, ISKCON got the property in 2012, and in 2019, a beautifully renovated temple with Sri Sri Radha Vallabh as deities were installed and now blessing the devotees and visitors there. Srila Prabhupada once mentioned that Delhi is most important place in the whole of Asia. Therefore, he had deep spiritual desire to have many temples in Delhi. After effectively sowing the seed of pure bhakti in the Western world, Srila Prabhupada came back to Delhi on 24th July 1967, where thousands of people thronged to welcome him. In November 1971, preaching started in various parts of Delhi, where more than 30,000 people would participate in each program. But preaching grew rapidly in Delhi. First preaching center was in Anand Niketan, where the deities of Sri Sri Radha Parthasarthi, which were brought from Jaipur by Her Grace Yamuna Mataji, were installed. After 10 years of immense hard work by His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, ISKCON got the land for the temple. It was a hilly place in South Delhi, which on official papers was mentioned as Govardhan Hill, was allocated to ISKCON, on which a huge, gorgeous temple got constructed and was inaugurated on 5th of April 1998 on the occasion of Ram Navami. This project is also known as the Glory of India project. The inauguration was done by Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee, who was interim Prime Minister of India at that time, and the function was attended by many other political leaders and dignitaries. This temple has remarkable edutaining Vedic Expo, which is a light and sound show showing Bhagavad Gita and Vedic wisdom in a very animated way, and has been attended by 1.8 million visitors until now. Recently, world's largest Bhagavad Gita was placed in the Temple Museum, which was inaugurated by Sri Narendra Modi, the glorious Prime Minister of India. ISKCON Delhi is visited by 20,000 visitors every day, and on weekends and festivals, the number rises to 50,000. Throughout the week, array of school buses, groups of dignitaries and tourists from all across the globe arrive in ISKCON Delhi. Many foreign delegates used to visit the ISKCON Delhi temple, and one of them is Sir Peter John Cosgrove, who was former Governor General of Australia. And through online preaching, we are reaching millions of people. Now on YouTube channel My Ashray, we have 2 million subscribers, and through ISKCON Delhi Facebook page, we have reached 2.2 million people. In the year 2023, ISKCON Delhi temple completed 25 years of dedicated service, and Sri Sri Radha Parthasarthi, which were installed by Srila Prabhupada in 1973, completed 50 years of showering grace upon Delhi, for which there was 5-day celebration and was attended by 50,000 devotees and visitors. Due to Srila Prabhupada's austerities and grace, followed by preaching done under the leadership of His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, today ISKCON Delhi has expanded with its 17 centers in Delhi NCR. And here goes the list: ISKCON Punjabi Bagh, ISKCON Faridabad, ISKCON Rohini, ISKCON Ghaziabad, ISKCON Dwarka, ISKCON Gurugram Badshapur, ISKCON Gurugram Sector 45, ISKCON Noida, ISKCON Sahibabad, ISKCON Mahipalpur, ISKCON Wave City, ISKCON Panchsheel, ISKCON Bahadurgarh, ISKCON Chhatarpur, ISKCON Chippiwala, ISKCON GK3, ISKCON East Delhi. Around Delhi NCR, total number of congregation devotees has reached the mark of 25,000. Youth devotees 15,000. 100 Namhatta preaching centers along with 80 bases. Annually, there are 7 major Rath Yatras, more than 1,000 Harinams and Nagar Sankirtans, and around 100 festivals. ISKCON Delhi NCR has distributed 1.5 crore Bhagavad Gitas and approximately 4.75 crores of other books by Srila Prabhupada. During COVID pandemic, ISKCON Delhi NCR distributed 7 crore plates of prasadam during phase 1, phase 2 and phase 3. It was widely recognized, and ISKCON set a world record of distributing highest number of plates during the time of emergency. First time drone was used for the distribution of prasadam. ISKCON Delhi arranged for 1200 beds under COVID care center where Ayurvedic medicines, healthy prasadam and everyday kirtans cured more than 15,000 patients with no casualty. And Mr. Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of India, specially glorified this service. There is his part of speech.
ISKCON ने समाज का संबल बनने का काम कोरोना महामारी में भी आप करोड़ों मरीजों, उनके परिजनों और प्रवासियों के लिए लगातार भोजन और दूसरी जरूरतों की व्यवस्था करते आ रहे हैं। महामारी के अलावा भी लाखों गरीबों के भोजन और सेवा का अनवरत अभियान आपके माध्यम से चलता रहा है।
All media channels, which includes social media, print media and electronic media, covered the whole service. On 2nd September 2021, Government of India under the leadership of Narendra Modi ji released a coin on the occasion of 125th birth anniversary of His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada, to honor his incomparable contribution to Sanatana Dharma, spreading it all across the globe. On 9th November 2022, Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, inaugurated the extended campus of BGIS, which stands for Bhaktivedanta Gurukul and International School. Now we move to Kurukshetra. Another place which was very vital, especially for the preaching of the glories of Bhagavad Gita, is Kurukshetra, the very place where Lord Krishna spoke Srimad Bhagavad Gita. As per Vishnu Puran, Kurukshetram Sat Sangamam Yatra Dharma Sukhanitam. In Kurukshetra, the holy land where truth is embraced and righteousness prevails, every spot is like a sacred bathing place during a festival among all pilgrimage sites. Srila Prabhupada envisioned preaching and a palatial temple in Kurukshetra in the year 1975. Following in his footsteps, Srila Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, with the help of his disciples, struggled for around 30 years to acquire a piece of land. Srila Prabhupada used to say, "We are trying to build an institution in Kurukshetra to invite people all over the world for learning Bhagavad Gita." Finally, Krishna Arjun Temple, which will have Vedic museum displaying all 18 days of Mahabharat war and graphical depiction of the message of the Bhagavad Gita, is getting constructed at Kurukshetra. Now let's move to Juhu. ISKCON Juhu was a very challenging project, which Srila Prabhupada very successfully completed in the service of Sri Sri Radha Rasbihari. Being the zonal secretary of the Juhu project, along with His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj, His Grace Bhima Prabhu and His Grace Devaki Nandan Prabhu as zonal secretaries. Today, ISKCON Juhu is flourishing, bringing devotional service in the lives of so many residents of Mumbai. Mumbai preaching extended to Mira Road, where a beautiful temple got constructed, namely Sri Sri Radha Giridhari Temple. His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj and His Grace Bhima Prabhu as Zonal Secretary. Also, there is a temple about to get completed and inaugurated in Kharghar, Navi Mumbai. It is going to be a model temple for implementing Devi Varnashram. Altogether, these temples have 12,000 devotees in congregation, 7,000 youths, 20 centers. They also distributed 500,000 of books last year in the year 2022. Now let's move to ISKCON Pune NVCC project. His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, in association with His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj, who is co-GBC for Pune, with the assistance of many dedicated devotees, constructed a beautiful, massive temple for Sri Sri Radha Vrindavan Chandra. One devotee, namely Mr. Banerjee, donated entire temple of Lord Balaji and deities of Lord Balaji worth 1.2 crore by selling his own home. This temple is part of ISKCON Pune and is located in its vicinity. Mr. Pranab Mukherjee, President of India at that time, came to inaugurate the temple. ISKCON Pune has currently around 7,000 devotees in congregation, 500 devotees in youth forum with 10 centers and 13 bases. Due to everyday Harinam party, they do 700 Harinams and Nagar Sankirtans every year. Now let's move to East Africa. Preaching in East Africa is expanding in aforementioned regions. Many local devotees are connecting with ISKCON, which includes Kenya, Burundi, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda and Nairobi. The size of congregation in East Africa is 1,500. Around 400 devotees are connected to youth preaching, with 5 temples and 9 centers. There are 2 farmhouses with 110 cows and with more than 20 acres of land for farming. In the year 2022 and 23, here the devotees distributed more than 46,000 books. Srila Prabhupada faced so many difficulties in preaching Krishna consciousness, yet Srila Prabhupada successfully infused devotional service in the hearts of millions of people. It is Srila Prabhupada's blessings and potency that preaching is expanding in the aforementioned regions. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much. So I would like to request Hansapriya Mataji to come and glorify Maharaj. Pradyumna Prabhu will be next, be on the...
Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishaya Bhutale Srimate Gopal Krishna Goswami Dinamine Srila Prabhupadasya Sahityan Yen Prakashin Vitariyacha Pracharan Kritavan Sadhu Bhagavad Padaye Tehe Namaha. Hare Krishna. I heard most of you and I saw these amazing videos, and on top of that, I was thinking he was my loving father too. He was so busy doing all that, but he also remembered to keep his kids close to his heart. Before I begin, actually, I wanted to express my gratitude to my father, Bir Krishna Prabhu, who has brought us and raised us in ISKCON and gave us a beautiful gift of Srila Prabhupada, the whole ISKCON family, and my dearest Guru Maharaj. So I wanted to thank you for that, Pa, and also wanted to thank you that you also went to Russia in '84 and smuggled some books, and how much that pleasing was to Guru Maharaj. So I know the KGB were after you, but you made him very happy, and he was so charmed by that. So thank you for that risk-taking. In our childhood, watching that was very inspiring. When I was 17 or 18, I saw that I'm struggling to find myself, who I am, where I want to go. Why only Krishna is a God? Why not Jesus? Why not Ganesha? So at that time, I was trying to chant for that reason, to find who I am. And at that time, the devotees who were my mentors and who were helping me in the temple, they thought that, I'm qualified to take initiation, and they put a word to Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, my Guru. And at that time, Maharaj said, so, you want to take initiation? I heard the devotees were mentioning that you're ready for the initiation. And I still remember his face, because his face was such that I could be honest to him. So I said, Guru Maharaj, that time he was not even my Guru Maharaj. I said, I'm not sure that, because you're my parents' guru, that's why I should take you as my guru. What if I'm going to go to college and this is the path, what I don't want? And what if I change my mind that I want to be a devotee or not? And I was more chanting for understanding for who I am, not that I'm ready for the initiation, Guru Maharaj. The Maharaj said, take your time, be who you are, true to yourself. And I had not expected that answer from him. And that he understood me, that made me immediately say that he's my Guru Maharaj. And of course, I waited for 4 more years to be convinced in my answer that I can dedicate my life to him. And so after I finished my college, because it was just a high school, I passed out, anything can happen. But his love kept me in his love was so touching that kept me loyal to him, come back to him and then beg for the mercy. So, so from my young age, I was touched by him, and I saw that over and over in my life, that how he has been guiding. In 2003, Guru Maharaj wrote from Moscow. He emailed me, and he said, I'm going to come to San Francisco. And Maharaj is very practical. He never wanted to waste Srila Prabhupada's money. He said, coming to San Jose is cheaper. So he flew into San Jose, and then at that time, my ex-husband Janani was, and we drove Maharaj to Berkeley, because that's where he used to stay. He was very attached where Prabhupada stayed. He was attached in general to live in the temple, because he wants to wake up and do artis. So that's his mood. So Janani and we drove him to the Berkeley temple, and apparently at that time in the ISV there was a situation where the couple wanted to get married, and we had already consulted with the board, with the Vaisesika Prabhu and Mother Nirakula and a few others, and they had all agreed and supported. But somehow Janani's mind was a little upset, because some devotees who were not he was a temple president then, he was not happy that some devotees went to his Guru Maharaj and mentioned something, and basically he was a little upset that devotees he was trying to help, they were not to Indian bodies getting married, and it was like a first time or something in ISV. So Janani said, I've been criticized, and I'm trying to do the best service to the community, and I don't know what to do. And then Guru Maharaj said, I still remember, picture him in Berkeley, in the entrance where the shoes are, and Maharaj actually heard him the whole way, his pain, his whatever it was bothering, and when he was taking out the shoes, and he said, people criticized me 35 years back, and people will criticize me even now. So, but somebody has to do it. So you continue doing service to Srila Prabhupada, and you have Vaisesika Prabhu, he'll guide you through. So anytime when I feel confused and lost, I always remember his instruction that go on. Srila Prabhupada will arrange devotees around you, like Vaisesika Prabhu or somebody to guide you. So it had given me so much courage when, in Hindi they say talia and galia, that goes back and forth all the time in the life, right? So, and one of our dear devotee here at ISV, she was Kamala Radhika. Most of you know her. Kamala, she went through, she was a bhaktin, and she had just taken initiation, probably not even whole year. I could be wrong, maybe year and a half, somewhere there. And she had marriage fall apart like year after her marriage, and I think she was diagnosed with cancer. And why I'm sharing with you, because then most of you know her. And she had to go back to India, but she recovered a little bit. She tried to come back to US and tried to make some money, but somehow her health was deteriorating. And she had no choice than going back to India. She went to India and she realized that she has no money. Unfortunately, she was a daughter of an addicted father. Addiction was very big, so they didn't have any money for her treatment. And Kamala Radhika called me and they said, is there anything you can do? So I didn't know, because I didn't know any doctor at that time. And I called Guru Maharaj. Then Guru Maharaj said, I told her that Maharaj, one of your disciples, has a cancer, and she is declining very fast. So Guru Maharaj said, what do you need? What can I do? And I said, Maharaj, she has no hospital money, anything. Maharaj immediately calls the Bhaktivedanta hospital, gets her admitted, talks to the doctor, looks into every detail that what she needs. And then till towards her last days, he was there. Even he was going to take a yatra of all the devotees to Jagannath Puri. And he basically called doctors from the airport and said, how much time does she have? Would I be able to be, he wasn't going to be in the flight, so it's like, would I be able to have enough time till I get to the Puri? And anyhow, Maharshi had left. So as soon as Maharaj reached the Puri, he calls the priest in Juhu temple and arranges her final rites. And then he calls me and he said, I even paid for it, so not to worry about it. Nobody needs to collect the fund and look after her care. So just do the little memorial for her. So that much of detail that he had gone for a new bhaktin who had just taken initiation, and so much love that he didn't even see that, oh, have you built big temples or have you done a lot of sevas? So that was one of the Kamala Radhika's stories that I wanted to share. Then I will be brief in this one, but as growing up in the Ahmedabad temple, I was one of the older kids. So we had younger kids that they all wanted to make the deities garlands, and nobody wanted to make Srila Prabhupada's garland. So Kishori, Jani, and my younger sister Lalita, they all made they all made the big garlands, and I always made Prabhupada's garlands. So I was attached to making Prabhupada's garland, and one time in Prabhupada, one time it was the Prabhupada disappearance day in Vrindavan, and around 7:20, it gets so packed, jammed in Prabhupada's house, and I don't know if I was even going to get inside the Prabhupada quarter. Somehow or other I made it, because I really wanted to see my Guru Maharaj and Prabhupada together, because it's something that I knew that is going to give me the solace of seeing my Guru Maharaj and Prabhupada at the same time. And it's already hard, the Prabhupada disappearance, that time frame is just that it's very, I don't know how to express it in words, but it's just very special. So somehow I made it with the garland in my hand, and I was holding, in India you get those leaves, the garland. So I don't know when I will get to offer to Prabhupada, but I just wanted to at least see, and both of my Guru Maharaj, that should be good enough, and whenever I get a chance to go in, I'll offer the garland. So immediately when I go, my Guru Maharaj's eyes locked in my eyes, and I just did this. I don't know why, I just did this. And then he asked the servant to go give this, and then he took the garland from me and put it on Prabhupada's bed right there at between 7 and 7:20 p.m. So that's something I learned, that I will only get Prabhupada through my mercy of my Guru Maharaj. So that's something that when I feel sometimes that, Prabhupada's books are nice and everything, but sometimes the purport without, especially the purport without the stories, it doesn't make any sense to me, So I feel like I'm one of that dumbhead who doesn't get anything, How am I going to get the faith like my Guru Maharaj has for Prabhupada? So I felt that, when he gave that garland to Prabhupada, that at least I will get some, because of his love for me, Prabhupada will smile or look at me sometime. So that assurance of having a spiritual father who is walking around you has a lot of presence in your heart. And in last year, when I was in Vrindavan, and I walked in, and just 3 months before, my god sister, who she was one of the devotees in Ahmedabad when we were growing up, not married at that time. And she was so determined. She would go out like a month long in the marathons and Sankirtan. Anyhow, so she passed away a few months before Kartik. So I walked into the Maharaj's room for his darshan, and Maharaj immediately looks at me and he said, Vishakha is gone. And I said, yes, Guru Maharaj, I know Vishakha is gone. And then I sat down and I didn't know what to say. He was paused, I was paused. And then I just looked up and then I saw that he had a teary eyes. And he had very emotional because he had this father-daughter relationship with Vishakha. And he became so emotional. So I had to change the topic because I couldn't see him emotional. And actually that's when I said, Maharaj, we had the marathon and they smashed the goals and they had this many books, and then I had to control him, but I didn't know, but I just wanted to say that how you ISV devotees, your smashing goals saved me from seeing my Guru Maharaj in that situation. So I thought that you could relate to that we are all trying to please Prabhupada and Prabhupada's men. So whatever we are doing here at ISV is making a effort to please in one or other way to Srila Prabhupada and his whole army. Once Vaisesika Prabhu asked in his lecture at the ISV that when all the Prabhupada disciples are gone from here, how you would continue. And he said, it was actually Kuladri's question, that how the ISKCON legacy will go on. And I'm like, I think I can know the answer to it, but I don't know. But I said, I'll make an attempt because it's Vaisesika Prabhu, you can make a mistake, he will guide us through the mistake. So I said, Prabhupada had a faith in his spiritual master. He had his teachings, he had a clear direction, and Prabhupada followed that very carefully. And with the sincere desire in his heart, he felt the potency of his spiritual master, and he never felt separated from his spiritual master. And he had that he was so convinced in his heart that helped him to move forward. And I said, fortunate for us that we have you all who has also shown us a path, that how you have a faith in Srila Prabhupada, how you have been dedicating and sincere and have been feeling his presence through your service and guidance and direction. So it was so easy to say that. But when you lose your own spiritual master, the answer is not that simple. It is difficult to transition from Vapu to Vani, take a shelter of his mercy, his instructions, and feeling the potency in his instructions. It's not that easy. But on this day, I beg to all of you, and Srila Prabhupada disciples, that I can follow my Guru Maharaj's instruction, feels his presence constantly in my heart, and I make him proud. And I pray to Srila Prabhupada's disciples that guide us through this and help us so we don't feel any separation from him. Thank you so much. Kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubheva patitanam pavnebhyo vaishnavibhyo namo namo.
Supriya Mataji ki jai ho. So, we have a special devotee, Pradyumna Prabhu. Can you unmute?
Yeah. Hare Krishna Prabhu's.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Please accept my obeisance to all the Maharajas and all the devotees of ISV. Panchakalpatarupacha kripa sindhu bhevacha patitanam pavane bhyo vaishnave bho namo namaha. Namavam Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthavile Srimad Gopal Krishna Goswami iti namane Prabhupada se sahitya me prakasa vitiricha prachankurtavan sadhu bhagavad te namaha. Namavam Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthavile Srimad Bhaktivedanta Swami iti namane Namaste Sarsudevam Gaurvani Prachane Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Pachachadestarane. I am one very fortunate soul. 1982, April, I got to meet Guru Maharaj in Juhu temple. He was very kind and merciful. When I joined Hare Krishna, I joined with three German devotees and myself. We joined Juhu, Mumbai. We were with Mother Radhakun from France, who came to Jagannath Puri, and met my German friend Charlie, and they got married. And so we were all going to France. We stopped in Juhu temple. There we decided to stay back and become devotees full time. So my friend Charlie, Steven, and Andrea Loops, all three of us, we decided to join there, and we all got Guru Maharaj to be our Guru, and we got initiated in 1982, Govardhan Puja. And when I was as Bhakta Prasad, Guru Maharaj I used to run into him a few times, and one day we were in a lift in Juhu temple. I don't know what to do. Maharaj came into the same lift, and I was, here and there I was looking. Then Maharaj puts his hand on my head. He says, "What you going to do with your hair?" And I was really attached to my hair, but I decided immediately, once Maharaj went to his room, I went back straight to the barber in the temple property, and I shaved my hair. And then after the prasadam I came to, then Maharaj saw me, he was very pleased. Then he has given me opportunity to serve him personally and be around him. And he makes sure, he always trained me, told me how to do, and that I got to be his full-time servant. And from there, 82 to 85, I got to go with Maharaj to Delhi many times, and in Juhu temple, that I was there with him 24/7, and he was very, very kind. He always personally trained me. My initiation day, he said, "Prabhupada's secretary Pradyumna, and since you are serving me, you are my secretary disciple, your name is Pradyumna too." And from there, I was always serving Maharaj, and wherever he goes to Delhi for the project of the temple, new temple, we used to live in Greater Kailas. Maharaj would always send me a few days before, so I could serve him. Similarly, in Juhu temple, all the devotees in the morning, including Giriraj Maharaj, Sridhar Maharaj, Guru Maharaj, Bhaksudutta Maharaj, everybody used to come to devotee Prasada Mahal. And lunch to Guru Maharaj, very particular, that he always want to take lunch with other Maharajas and everything. So I used to make sure, always, everything for the pleasure of Guru Maharaj. Even we go and drop him at the airport, I would go up to the plane. Those days he can go. And that makes sure all the Maharaj, everything is done very nicely. All my God brothers and the devotees of Juhu temple were very cooperative, always helpful, what Maharaj wants. Wherever he goes, whenever he goes to preaching in Mumbai temple, or whenever people come to visit him, I would always make sure he has prasadam to distribute, and make sure every guest who comes, they would have good audience with Maharaj. And wherever he went during the day preaching, I'm always with him. When he's not there, he would make sure I go with Giriraj Maharaj, Sridhar Swami, or BBT, to distribute books. He would always engage me in different engagements. He wants me to learn many things. And I could able to do whatever I could, but my always stronger desire that always Guru Maharaj should have everything first class. And I would always make sure do that. Whenever I go to preaching in Mumbai, with Guru Maharaj, or when we come back to the temple, I would stop the car outside the temple and I would always buy a dab because Maharaj had all long day and I won't go empty hand to see him. I would take him a mogra mala or coconut water. He will always very pleased. Pradyumna always spoils me nice, giving me, I would give him coconut water things. Maharaj, you can have it. And I truly miss him very much. Whenever I see him in America, 1985, I moved to America, to Dallas, and with other devotees who we were asked to run the restaurant and other services. And I loved Guru Maharaj wherever he came, whenever he came to America. I always attended by simply by his glancing at me, that I was always very connected, and that he was always there for me. I never thought he's going to leave. I always thought he will be there for me whenever I need him, because his glance upon me, seeing me, that we had a special connection, felt wow, that he was there. He was always like my father to me from the beginning. I was very young, and I always enjoyed. I've seen his accomplishments. 1983, I saw him before he was going to GBC meetings, that he goes to Prabhupada always and talk to Prabhupada. And this time I was very mesmerized. He was talking about Vrindavan, how he wants him to do Vrindavan and Delhi, many temples, many things to do, that if he so desire Prabhupada. And that day after the GPC meetings, we get to hear Guru Maharaj got the Vrindavan and Delhi, and he worked very hard. And I see that every time he goes to any minister's houses, Chandigarh, in Delhi, that he would always takes me with him and trains me and tells me, being with him in very confidential, how tolerant, how humble he is. And year after year, whenever I meet him, he's in the same mood, more caring for him, more caring. He would ask about other devotees, and he always told me to stay back in LA Temple. And few years back in San Jose, he called me to his room. He had some things in his mind from early 80s, and he asked me, he talked to me. And when I talked to him, I told him whatever he asked me. He said, Pradyumna, you're a very good devotee. And I felt very comfortable, and he always comforted me, always asked me anything I have. Even to come to America in 1982, after Govardhan Puja, we decided to come. He said, you need to have visa. So he took me personally in Greater Kailash Temple to Canadian consulate, and he told them that this disciple of mine is traveling with me to give the visa. They have issued me my visa. Then he told me, go to American consulate. They will give you visa too. So I don't need anything. Since I'm going to Canada, I went to show them my passport. I was going to Canada and America. Immediately they have given me stamp, and I came and showed to Guru Maharaj. He was very pleased, and many things that he used to tell me, like, go to Air India chairman office, tell him I'm not going today, I'm going tomorrow. What, I was like a kid, I don't know. But I go with full faith, Guru Maharaj told me. So I would go and tell them, the chairman, sir, my spiritual master doesn't want to go today, but he wants to go tomorrow. So they would say yes. And like that, and whole day he would engage me to call devotees to come and see him. When in the night time, when I go to sleep, he would say, don't take the elevator, lift. You make sure you take the steps and stop all the lights. And whenever Guru Maharaj gets all the donations, he used to tell me, yeah, these donations are not mine. Because I used to handle with him the money put in his drawer. He said, everything belongs to Prabhupada and Krishna. And even to give me for my travels, when I was going to Canada, he said, Canada is very cold. He gives me 100 rupees to go and buy a sweater. So that Guru Maharaj is like a very close, dear to me. He always took care of me personally, and he looks after my needs, and he always cared for my well-being and all the devotees. And I always respect all the devotees of his disciples and all the Maharajas, everybody. Whenever any sadhu, sannyasis comes to Bombay temple, that he would tell me, make sure they have prasadam. Even in the night time, I would to make sure all the Prabhus, whoever came, they always have nice prasadam. I sincerely want to thank you all, and especially Balimadar Prabhu, to give me the opportunity to share few moments of Guru Maharaj's pastimes. All glories to His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj ki jai. All glories to His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj ki jai. The devotees ki jai.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Pradyumna Prabhu. So So trust me, we have 2 more items still go, and I hope you are still there. It is, you can't miss it. This is Team ISB, and Ajit Arjun Prabhu has compiled. So please run the video, Prabhuji. And then after that, we'll sing the Jay Anilo, and then we'll do the Puspanjali. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Please accept my humble obeisances. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishta Bhutale Srimad Gopal Krishna Goswami Niti Namine Prabhupadasya Sahitya Prakasya Vitarana Pracharam Kritavana Sadhu Bhagavat Padayate Namaham. Sri Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj ki jai. So I just like to say, you have done so much for me, and you have guided me in every step of my life, and I am indebted to you forever. My dear Gurudev, please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. We continue to serve. We miss you a lot. We love you a lot. And we will serve you a lot. Hare Krishna. Jai Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Jai ISKCON Guru Vrinda ki jai. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna. Please accept my humble obeisances. All grace to Srila Prabhupada. Om Ajnanati Mirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubheva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances at your divine lotus feet. All glories to your dear most Srila Prabhupada. All glories unto you. It has been already 2 weeks, but we can't believe that you have left all of us to go back to Srila Prabhupada's association in Goloka Vrindavan. It is a fact, but we have to accept it, and also we have to stay through your instructions and associate with you through your Vani. It has been 20 years when I met you for the first time in May 2003, exactly 20 years back. And during our first meeting, you told me to take initiation then and there. And that was just because of your causeless mercy, nothing else I can say. Your unconditional love and kindness towards everyone is unparalleled. And your genuine concern for everyone's upliftment in spiritual life is really, really genuine, and it's not for your disciples, but for everyone you meet, for all the souls. Your dedication and service to Srila Prabhupada is unmatched. And you always have carried Srila Prabhupada's instructions in your heart and worked throughout your life all over the world, traveling, preaching, instructing, doing service, building temples, and making disciples. And at this moment, I can only pray to you for your causeless mercy again to give me strength to continue following your instructions, the basic ones, what you always say, attentive chanting, following for regulative principles, reading Srila Prabhupada's books, and sharing the knowledge with others. And I pray to get strength to continue doing that. Thank you so much, Guru Maharaj, for your causeless mercy always and always. Your aspiring servant, Ananda Vrindavan Devi Dasi.
Hare Krishna, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Srila Gurudev. Gurudev is an emblem of integrity and selflessness. He never had any desires for his own personal sense gratification. He never had any bank balance or assets on his name. His only assets were his dear deities and Srila Prabhupada. His whole life is embodiment of fulfilling the desires of Srila Prabhupada and pleasing him through his accomplishments. Gurudeva is a transcendental spiritual warrior who's always on the battlefield, spreading the Krishna consciousness movement through building the temples, via holy names, via Srila Prabhupada books, till his last breath. Gurudeva is always loving and caring to each and every living entity that he come across, be it a disciple, non-disciple, be it a devotee, non-devotee. He always lovingly takes care of their well-being, checks on their well-being with his transcendental loving smile. When I had darshana of Gurudeva's lotus feet in Sri Vrindavan Dham last week, I really felt for a second that my whole world is vacant without a loving spiritual father. But I realized that a true hallmark Vaishnava such as Gurudeva will never die, and he lives eternally through his divine instructions. He may be physically disappeared from us, but he will eternally performing unmanifested pastimes at their lordships, Sri Sri Radha Shyama Sundar, Sri Sri Krishna Balaram, Sri Sri Gaurnitai and Srila Prabhupada. And my only wish is that I pray for his divine mercy to cling onto the soles of his divine lotus feet in following the footsteps of Srila Gurudev, for following his instructions and pleasing him as a disciple. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. My name is Anuradha Nabina Devi Dasi. Please accept my humble obeisance. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. August 12th is a very fortunate day for me, taking initiation from Guru Maharaj. It's a wonderful moment and wonderful day for me, taking a step forward and getting blessings from Guru Maharaj. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Om Ajnana-Timirandasya Jnana-Jana-Shalakaya Chakshurumilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to our dear Guru Maharaj. Guru Maharaj, whenever we have met, either at Bay Area or at Baltimore, every moment was cherished. You have inspired us to get attached to devotional service and surrender to Supreme Personality of Godhead for ultimate protection. Guru Maharaj, we are deeply missed, but a child's connection with his spiritual father is never lost.
Maharaj, I still remember all the time that you've encouraged me to increase my chanting and do more service at the temple. I hope that with your blessings, I can continue to improve my sadhana.
Dear Guru Maharaj, whatever spiritual practice we have done till today is only because of your mercy. Maharaj, we strongly believe we will always be under the shelter of your lotus feet. Maharaj, please bless us. We continue our sadhana and serve Srila Prabhupada's mission.
Jai Guru Maharaj, Jai Bhagavad Gita.
Om Ajnana-Timirandasya Jnana-Jana-Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj ki Jai. So, during this recent time with so many mixed feelings, on one hand we are very happy that Guru Maharaj has gone back home, back to Godhead, to the spiritual world where he is serving his spiritual master Srila Prabhupada and Krishna. At the same time, we are in separation because we're missing personal association of Guru Maharaj from our lives. I would like to share some of my experiences with Guru Maharaj. I have often seen that Guru Maharaj is very personal with everyone. Like one of the incidents I remember just before my marriage, I went to meet Guru Maharaj to seek his blessings. So Guru Maharaj actually spent 45 minutes with me. He was genuinely concerned about about the candidate, and he actually gave me some instructions about the marriage principles. And I felt that Guru Maharaj has got so many services and he has so many responsibility. In spite of that, Maharaj spent so much time, and he also told me to start writing to him. And he was genuinely concerned as to what will happen after the marriage, because I'll be moving to US. And this was one. And secondly, I would like to bring about is that about his visit to ISKCON of Baltimore last year, where Guru Maharaj, with the immense blessings of Vaisesika Maharaj and Nirakala Mataji, I actually received the Brahmin initiation. So I'm really grateful, because although I was not really qualified, but Guru Maharaj accepted me and gave me Brahmin Diksha. And lastly, I would like to conclude my talk by saying that I would like to read actually from Prabhupada's quote from Adi Leela, wherein Adi Leela chapter 1 text 35, wherein he mentions that in the physical absence of spiritual master, the words of the direction should be the pride of disciple. So I sincerely seek blessings of Vaisesika Prabhu, Nirakala Mataji, and all the Vaishnavas out here that please bless me so that I'll be able to follow the instructions of my spiritual master. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, everyone. Please accept my humble obeisances. Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Gurudev. It's very heartbreaking for me to think that when I will go to India and when I will visit Parthsarthi temple, I will not be able to see Guru Maharaj. All my memories are connected with Parthsarthi temple. I met first time Guru Maharaj in Parthsarthi temple. I got initiated last year in Parthsarthi temple, and I met Guru Maharaj last time in Parthsarthi temple. So whenever I'm thinking that I will go there and I will not, it's my heart sinks. But we can't do anything. I have to keep going with his instructions, whatever instructions in his lectures he has given, whatever instructions personally he has given. When I met first time Guru Maharaj showed his attachment, his love for service. Guru Maharaj, first thing he told me was, that after many births, after millions of births, one get the chance to serve Krishna. So that shows his love for service. I really want to walk on his footsteps, but for that also I need his blessings. Jai Gurudev.
Hare Krishna, Dandavat Pranam. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhotale Srimate Gopal Krishna Goswami Niti Namane Prabhupada Yasya Sahityamya Prakasa Vidricha Pracharam Kattavana Sadhu Bhagat Pade Namaha. I had a great opportunity to meet His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj around 2007 time. At that time, actually, my position is not that great. I don't have a job and I met an accident. So at that time, I'm pursuing for my spiritual life. I used to hear to Srila Prabhupada a lot, and I'm chanting my rounds with the help of other devotees. I used to chant 16 rounds. So at that time, in his absence, in his Srila Prabhupada absence, I was pursuing for a person who can help me in uplifting my journey in the spiritual life. At that time, by Krishna's arrangement, I was able to go to his classes continuously for a week or so. Then I was very much impressed by Maharaj, and I see that he's very much in line with Srila Prabhupada's instructions. And I observed the simplicity, the way in the body language he has is actually similar to Srila Prabhupada. So I really inspired by his instructions, and the way he is simple and he is very much accessible to everyone. So then I pursued him directly, and I submitted myself at his lotus feet. And from that point of time till now, he's continuously giving us instructions like all the time chant Hare Krishna Maha Mantra 16 rounds every day, and serving the Srila Prabhupada mission, reading Srila Prabhupada books, going to the local temple. These are the main instructions that he always gives. So, and I get a great opportunity to travel with him and, act as a personal secretary for some time in US. At that time, I can see I can see through him, every day from morning to evening, how he conducts his life. And he is really an epitome of Vaishnava qualities. And we can also see that in ISKCON how much he served Srila Prabhupada movement. Everyone knows that, and he really accomplished so many tasks that Srila Prabhupada has given to him. So we can see that his life, like how he actually lived his life till the last breath. Only one mission, serving Srila Prabhupada, nothing else, So we can definitely, it's a great loss for us as a disciple, but we can definitely take inspiration to continue our spiritual life, seeing how he lived his life. And an Acharya, he will never disappear from this world. He lives on through his instructions. Similarly, His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj is an Acharya who has lived the life in such a way that there is no duplicity, very simple, following his Guru's instructions and preach the same. That's why, he is able to achieve so much success in his life. As a disciple, I really admire by his qualities and get inspired to continue my spiritual journey, my rest of life. Thank you very much.
Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Gopal Krishna Goswami Iti Namine Prabhupadasya Sahityam Ya Prakasha Vitarascha Pracharam Krutvan Sadhu Bhagavat Padaya Te Namaha Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. Dear Guru Maharaj, Pranam. First of all, thank you very much for showering your mercy on these fallen souls. On this day, we remember when in 2019 summer, during your visit to Sacramento, even though you had to catch a flight on your last day, you took some time to visit us, to darshan of our home deities. We are very blessed to receive the dust of your lotus feet at our home. We will always cherish the memories and the few moments we spent with you. Even in that short time, you made us feel very, very comfortable. Today, our heart pains because of separation, but at the same time, we know that you are directly serving Srila Prabhupada and Shri Radha Krishna in their spiritual abode, Golok Dham. Maharaj, please accept our humble obeisances at your lotus feet, hundreds and thousands times. Hare Krishna.
Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari 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 Gopi Jana Vallabha Givaradhari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Givaradhari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Givaradhari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Yashodanandana Bhaja Jana Ranjana
Yashodanandana Bhaja Jana Ranjana
Yashodanandana Bhaja Jana Ranjana
Yashodanandana Bhaja Jana Ranjana
Janatira Vanachari
Yamuna Tira Vanachari
Janatira Vanachari
Yamuna Tira Vanachari
Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari
Jai Radha Madhava.
शरीर हमारा नहीं है, ये शरीर है भगवान का और हमें सेवा में इस शरीर का उपयोग करना है। किस लिए? भगवान के संदेश को आगे बढ़ाने में मैंने ये शरीर का उपयोग करना है धर्म के संदेश का प्रचार बढ़ाने के लिए। ये होना चाहिए हम सबका भाव।
Last little bit. Continue. Finish there. Hare Krishna. So we have the last one, the song Jai Anilo. At the same time, this is a little bit soulful of seeing the samadhis of Maharaj. I have not played it before. We just wanted to start with Maharaj, how his adventure in Krishna consciousness. But this is a little bit tough for devotees to absorb. So we will play the video there, and the kids, the youth will sing the Jai Anilo song together. So the video will be played, which is no audio, and Jai Anilo will be sung. And just after that, we will do Puspanjali and Arati together. So we will not do the full Puspanjali, just Maharaj Pranam Mantra and Puspanjali. At the same time, the deity altar will be closed because Maharaj's mood is not to deity. In front of deity, he doesn't want to be worshipped. Okay, so please start singing Jai Anilo. Yes, we can play it. Can you the audio? Give 1 second. Yeah. Huh? Yeah.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna.
Yeah, coming?
Okay.
Yes.
Hare Krishna.
Use this.
Hare Krishna. Jai Anilo Premadhana Karuna Prachur Heno Prabhu Kotha Gena Acharya Kamura Swarupa
all soft. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Thank you, everyone. So this is why the Samadhi happened in Vrindavan on May 6th, 6 p.m. it completed. May 5th, Maharaj left this planet. And 7th also there was memorial. It is going on all over the world so far, last 2 weeks, remembering Gopal Krishna Maharaj, all his pastimes, along with Srila Prabhupada. So now, I will request everyone to stand up and then we'll do the Puspanjali. The deity has to be closed because that is Maharaj's mood. It doesn't need to be taking any service in front of the deities. So we'll just do the very simple Puspanjali and then Aarti will be sung by Vrindavan Priya Prabhu and this Shambhakta Prabhu will perform the Aarti here. Yeah. So we'll do 3 times. Please chant this mantra and then we'll do 3 times flower. Sabko dijiye. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Namo Om. You can repeat after me. Namo Om. Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Presthaya, Bhutale, Srimate, Gopal Krishna, Goswami, Iti Namine, Prabhupadasya Sahityam, Ye Prakasya Vitarayana Cha, Pracharam Krittavana, Sadhu Bhagavat Padayate Namaha. Esam Puspanjali Etani Puspani Gopal Krishna Goswami Padam Samarpayami. Please do for 2 more rounds. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Gopal Krishna Goswami Iti Namine Prabhupadasya Sahityam Ye Prakasya Vitarayana Pracharam Krittavana Sadhu Bhagavat Padayate Namaha. Esham Puspanjali Etani Puspani Gopal Krishna Goswami Padam Samarpayami. Last one. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Gopal Krishna Goswami Iti Namine Prabhupadasya Sahityam Ye Prakasya Vitarayana Cha Pracharam Krittavana Sadhu Bhagavat Padayate Namaha. Esham Puspanjali Etani Puspani Gopal Krishna Goswami Padam Samarpayami.
His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj ki Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. Bando Mui Samana भवतोरिया जाय यहाँ प्रसादे भाई भवतोरिया जाय कृष्ण प्राप्ति हो या होते कृष्ण प्राप्ति हो या होते गुरुमुख पद्मा वाक्य सीते ते कोरिया गुरुमुख पद्मा वाक्य सीते ते कोरिया धारणा कोरी हो मने आशा धारणा कोरी हो मने आशा श्री गुरु चरणे रति ऐसे उत्तमागति श्री गुरु चरणे रति ऐसे उत्तमागति श्री गुरु चरणे रति ऐसे उत्तमागति ये प्रसाद पूरे सर्व आशा ये प्रसाद पूरे सर्व आशा चक्षुदान दिलो ये जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से चक्षुदान दिलो ये जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशित दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशित प्रेम भक्ति यहाँ होते या विद्या विनाश जाते प्रेम भक्ति यहाँ होते या विद्या विनाश जाते वेद गाय हर चरितो वेद गाय हर चरितो श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु अधम जनर बंधु गुरु करुणा सिंधु आदम जनार बंधु लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवना लोकनाथ लोकेर जीवना आहा प्रभु करो दया देहो मोरे पद छाया आहा प्रभु करो दया देहो मोरे पद छाया हे बेयाज कुचुक त्रिभुवना हे बेयाज कुचुक त्रिभुवना जय भगवत पाद दोइलो शरण जय भगवत पाद पतित पावन जय गुरुदेवा 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 जय गुरुदेवा जय भगवत पादा जय भगवत पादा भगवत पादा जय भगवत पादा जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद निताई गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताई गौर हरि बोल निताई गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताई गौर हरि बोल His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj ki Jai Vishnupad Paramhamsa Parivraj Kacharya Stotar Sat Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada ki Jai Vishnupad Paramhamsa Parivraj Kacharya Stotar Sat Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj ki Anant Koti Vaishnavrinda ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद की श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरी गोवर्धन की श्री वृंदावन मथुरा धाम की श्री मायापुर नवद्वीप धाम की श्री जगन्नाथपुरी पुरुषोत्तम क्षेत्र की वृंदा देवी तुलसी महारानी की जय भक्ति देवी की ट्रांसेंडेंटल बुक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन की हरिनाम संकीर्तन यज्ञ की सामवेद गौर भक्त वृंद की ऑल ग्लोरीज टू असेंबल डिवोटीज ऑल ग्लोरीज टू असेंबल डिवोटीज ऑल ग्लोरीज टू असेंबल डिवोटीज ऑल ग्लोरीज टू श्री श्री गुरु एंड श्री गौरांगा नमस्ते नरसिंहाय नमस्ते नरसिंहाय प्रहलाद लाददायिने पूर्वक्षः शीलादन् कानकालाये Yato yato yami tato narsimha. Bahir narsimho hridaye narsimho. Bahir narsimho hridaye narsimho. Narasimhamadim charanam prapade. Narasimhamadim charanam prapade. Avakara kamala varena kam adbhuta shringam Talika hiranyakashipu tanu bhringam keshavadita narahari rupa jai jagadish hare jai jagadish hare jai jagadish hare. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Bhakti Vigna Vinashaka Shri Lakshmi Narsinga Deva ki, Prahlad Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj ki.
Hare Krishna. So I would like to extend our deepest gratitude and thanks to all the congregation members of ISV and also Maharaj God brothers, that means Prabhupada disciples, those who are present here, share their finest of wisdom about His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj. Also we would like to thank my all God brothers, God sisters, those who are present here or online in California, for extending the cooperations and support in a short period of time we are able to make it. I know I am moving to a different house, and all my internet was not working, my videos and all the files are there, so somehow I was able to manage to cope up with, produce this deck for all of you and for our Guru Maharaj's, pleasure. So also would like to extend my thanks to the cooks today, led by Syam Bhakta Prabhu, Ananda Brindavan and Hansapriya Mataji, and there are many more devotees who help in the kitchen, and also we like to predictive help, thanks to the people who will be cleaning the kitchen today. So prasadam will be served. There is various items they have made for the pleasure of our Guru Maharaj. It is offered to him on this auspicious day, and also it will be served outside in the parking lot area. So we'll sing the prasadam prayer and we'll head towards the temple room. Will be open because there will be an arti now. So please have prasadam outside, and that would be helpful. So temple room maybe here, but not in front of the deities when deities are open. With this, I would like to conclude this event. For joining all of you, and those who are online, please give them a Hari Bol. Hari Bol. Hari Bol. So I'd like to thanks again all of the congregation member and our board member, as well as His Grace Vaisesika Prabhu and Nirukala Mataji for allowing us to host this event at the temple. Thank you everyone. Thank you Krishna. Thank you Prabhupada. Thank you all the Vaishnavas. Om Tat Sat. Hare Krishna. His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj ki. Srila Bhagavad Pad Maharaj ki. Gaur Premanande. Srila Prabhupada